Members, please take your seats. We're coming back from a recess, so we don't call the roll on those days. Actually, I'll have let's see, who are these people in red jackets here? They look like a teacher I once had. Now, Pastor Hagee, we have a rule that there's no uproar from the gallery, just like you have at Cornerstone Church every Sunday in San Antonio. But every now and then, they're either standing for Jesus or standing for retired teachers. Either way, they're allowed to shout, okay? Would everyone stand for the invocation by Matt Hagee, a great friend of mine, and his whole family, Pastor John Hagee, of course, his dad. Please.
Heavenly Father, you are the God who created heaven and earth and all things that dwell in it. You are the God who has appointed the boundaries and the times for all men and granted to us the inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thank you, Lord, for this gracious privilege, and thank you for this day, because this is the day that you have made. Today I call upon you for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to be the portion of all who govern in this chamber, because you are the source where true wisdom, knowledge, and understanding can be found. We know from your word that all authority is appointed by God, and that it is your will for those who are in authority to serve as your instruments to protect the weak, to uphold the law, to defend what is just, and to rebuke injustice. Father, I ask that you would grant the courage to those in this chamber today to do just that. Lord, without you, we can do nothing, but by your power and by your might, we can indeed do all things. So give the leadership of this great state the conviction and the resolve to uphold the solemn oath and the sacred honor of all who have come before, to faithfully serve, protect, and defend the Lone Star State, so that Texas can continue to be a safe and prosperous home for our children and our grandchildren, and that we may be an example to this nation and to the world of what bountiful blessings are possible when people are willing to follow the principles of your word and love their neighbor as themselves. This we ask in your holy name, this we receive in your abundant grace, and above all, in the name of your Son and my Savior, may we receive this to your glory. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Pastor, hang there for a second, because I think Senator Campbell, for what purpose? You may, you all may sit, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to add to your comments regarding the pastor of the day today, Pastor Hagee. He serves as the lead pastor, for those of you who don't know, of the at least 22,000 member church, Cornerstone Church in San Antonio, where he partners with his father, Pastor John Hagee, who was the founder, and they are friends of mine. Pastor Hagee, Matt Hagee, is accomplished as a vocalist and the founder of the Dove Award-winning gospel quartet, and it's called Canton Junction. His love for music led to the creation of Difference Media, which is a music label with the goal of reaching the lost and spreading God's truth through song. I know him and his wife, Kendall, and they have 4 children. And with that, thank you so much for being the pastor of the day and asking blessings on the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Campbell. You know, if I had thought about it, Pastor, we'd have brought the quartet with you. Would have worked out. Sing for the retired teachers. Let me grab a photo real quick, and I know some folks want to meet you. And you know, members, if you were not following the news, another good thing happened for our retired teachers since we were here last and did the COLA, and that is they are now able to tap into Social Security. And we in the Senate pushed hard for that, but Senator Ted Cruz was a real driver for that in Washington, our partner on that. It should have happened a long time ago, but at least it's about time it happened now. So. Chair lays out the following resolution. The Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 330 by Parker et al., honoring Tim Lee, the Executive Director of the Texas Retired Teachers Association.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Parker, on your resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. I rise today to present a resolution recognizing today, March 26, 2025, as Texas Retired Teachers Association Day here at the state capitol. Members, today we gather to recognize and celebrate, in particular, the exceptional leadership and dedication of Tim Lee, the Executive Director of the Texas Retired Teachers Association, as he marks his 21st anniversary of working alongside the Texas legislature. Think about that. 21 years. Think about that. Give him a round of applause for that. Tim has been a tireless advocate for retired educators here in the state, fighting for the protection and enhancement of the teacher retirement system. Under his leadership, the TRTA has made significant strides in improving health care benefits, securing cost of living adjustments, and supporting the long-term financial health of our pension system. Beyond his work in Texas, Tim has been an instrumental voice on a national level, championing the Social Security Fairness Act to protect retirees from unfair offsets in their Social Security benefits. Governor Patrick just mentioned a moment ago what an incredible success Tim Lee, working with obviously our entire delegation, but specifically with Ted Cruz, made an enormous difference in getting that done. His leadership is not just about policy. It's about the people he serves, each of you, our educators, who devoted your lives and careers to shaping the future of our great state. Tim's passion, his energy, and his commitment to Texas retired teachers has earned him the deep respect and admiration of all of us who work alongside him here every day in the Capitol. I also today want to recognize a very special guest, very special to me in particular, my first grade teacher, Jean Paul Turner. Let's give Jean Paul a big round of applause. Jean has been a tireless champion fighting for each of you. And so I want to thank you, Jean Paul, for all you've done and for being such a wonderful teacher back at Rockmore Elementary in Arlington, Texas, as I was a kid back in first grade. Tim, on behalf of the Senate, I offer our heartfelt congratulations and best wishes for continued success in all of your critical work. Your legacy of service to Texas educators will be felt for generations to come. Thank you, Tim. Thank What an incredible hero. Thank you, Tim. Thank you.
Gene, we could have a really good day you telling us stories about him in the first grade. I can only imagine. He was up at your desk every day, just as sweet as he could be, right? What can I do for you today? What can I do for you today? Senator Zaffarini, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, it is my pleasure first to thank Senator Parker for this wonderful resolution in recognition of not only a wonderful person, but wonderful members of wonderful organizations. They're all wonderful. Who do I sound like now? But they are fabulous people who have devoted their lives to teaching, and we owe them so much. And this particular Texas Senate, under the leadership of the Lieutenant Governor, the members themselves, and especially the Chair of Finance Committee, Senator Joan Huffman, have done so much for retired teachers, and we know that we all want to do more. But today it is my pleasure to introduce and ask the delegations from the retired teachers from Laredo, Zapata, Guadalupe County, Caldwell County, Wilson County, and Zapata County to please stand and be recognized and thanked especially for your work for our children and providing a better future for them. President, I am well represented in the gallery today. Thank
Yes, you are. You know, for our three freshmen, Molly and Adam and Brent, again, we don't allow, uproar from the gallery, but this is always the best day of the session. This is the best day of the session. We always look forward to this. Let's go to Senator Colcourse. What purpose?
To speak on the resolution.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Parker, for bringing this resolution. Mr. President, you're right. This is one of our best days in the Texas Senate. Welcome to our esteemed guests on the floor. I want to say to all of you, thank you. I am a public school product from Brenham High School. I was born and raised in Senate District 18, and I want you to know that it was my public school teachers that made such a difference in my life. And they told me, and Mr. President, it should be shocking to you that maybe I was a little trouble every once in a while. I might ask a few too many questions every once in a while.
Might have talked a long time in the classroom?
Yes, I would raise my hand or get in trouble. But I said this, and I think I say it every time, but my second grade teacher, when I told her that I wanted to be an oceanographer and I was going to win a gold medal for the United States in the Olympics, and I was going to also be, after I finished my oceanography, I was going to be a scientist and I was going to do all these other things. And she looked me straight in the eye and she said, Lois Winkleman at the time, you can do anything you set your mind to. And that was the attitude that has led me to be only the 17th woman in the history of Texas to be elected to the Texas Senate. And so we have so many dream boosters among us. You're retired now. My sister, Robin Cook, is a retired teacher, and she gave 30 plus years of being, believe it or not, a PE teacher and saw nearly 700 children every day come through her PE class. So to all of you, all of our Texas retired teachers, thank you. God bless you. I will tell you, Senator Huffman, she has been dogged about making sure that your fund is financially sound, that we've done a COLA for the first time. Occasionally we do a 13th check, and she has done a terrific job. And I just want to say thank you. Where are my Senate District 18 retired teachers? Just give me a wave. Stand up. Oh, thank you. God bless you all. Thank you for what you do, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
So, members, just so you know, this is a little different this year. This resolution is on Tim, okay, and his service. And then Senator Huffman has a resolution next on all the retired teachers.
Okay, so that's what I get for being in the back meeting with my pharmacist, Mr. President. Tim, we love you, okay? You could be a lot of trouble. Senator, I'm not going to speak on the other resolution. I'm going to have that transferred to you, and I'll let the other members talk. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. So you see what I mean when she was in class. So she always had her hand up. Can I add one more thing, Mrs. Johnson? I have one more thing to add. Senator Menendez,
Thank you, Mr.
on
President.
the resolution for Tim Lee.
Yes, of course. I did pay notice of that, Mr. President. I rise to thank Senator Parker for a resolution that supports a gentleman who I have seen over the years fight tirelessly. You know, some people, they have jobs and some people have passions. And Tim Lee, this is a passion. And Tim, you know, I've seen you rush into a meeting after having driven in from Austin and rush out driving to East Texas or to somewhere else. I can't imagine how many miles you put on your car. But I will tell you that at every meeting of retired teachers that I've been to where you've been, I have never seen a person as beloved as you by your retired teachers. One of the things that I've appreciated over the years is that you always respond to your text and calls quickly. And, you know, the thing, too, that I really appreciate is that you follow a way of doing things that I hold near and dear to my heart. I've always found you to always tell the truth and to always work hard. And those are the only things that are within our control. And your passion for the retired teachers of Texas is unmatched. And so I also want to congratulate you on this well-deserved resolution. Thank you for everything you've done on behalf of so many who will never get to meet you, but will have the benefits of your service. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Senator Hughes, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak on this resolution at this point, thank you. Tim, it's been said so well. I remember when you first came here, and so much work to do. You were, my recollection is you were doing similar work in the state of Illinois. And so the Lord brought you here and blessed you and blessed us and blessed all these retired teachers. And I'll just say this, and this will be about Tim and about our retired teachers. And you've probably heard this, but there's a Bible teacher who's passed away now. He said one time, in this life, we're judged by how many serve us. How big is my staff? How many employees do I have? How big is my company? How big is my team? In this life, we're often judged by how many serve us. But in the next, we're judged by how many we served. So think about Tim, think about your work, think about all of our retired teachers, and you're living that, and we thank you for that. And Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I'd like to be recognized to move to add all names, Lieutenant Governor, and every member to this resolution.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Actually, before we go back, Senator Parker will do that right now. Any objection to adding all names? Of course not. That motion is adopted. As we move, before I go back to Senator Parker, I just wanted to say, for those of you who don't know, and Senator Huffman, I know you have the next resolution on retired teachers. The story of how you got the COLA was a result of years of working on it. And the Texas Senate, as Senator Zaffirini said, we finally had the moment where we had an abundance of money in a surplus. And you all were the number one priority of how we spent that money. And it passed here unanimously. Everyone was supportive of it. But Vicki Truitt, who works with Tim, they were in the office with myself and Senator Huffman on whatever that day was. And we were trying to figure out how to get teachers 75 and over a big check, all teachers a check retirement, and do the COLA and make it all balanced. And we quite couldn't figure it out. And you had ideas, and we had ideas. And so it was a Thursday, and we drove home separately. We both live in the Houston area. And I called her, and on the telephone, we worked it out in about 10 minutes. And we called you and said, pretty much we took every idea that you had. So that's how it all worked out. You've had a great representative. I don't know that anyone other than him could have gotten this done, because he pushed without being pushy. He talked without being condescending or demanding. He always did it in grace and purpose, and you never had a better defender ever than Tim Lee. I will go back to Senator Parker to close. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Governor. And again, just what an incredible hero you have here. What a wonderful person Tim is, and working with each of you and protecting all of our retired teachers. And again, I want to thank the governor and Senator Huffman for their incredible leadership and allowing us to help you guys over the years, and all of my great colleagues here in the Senate. And so with that, Mr. President, members, I move adoption officially of the resolution.
Members, let's stand in honor of Tim Lee. The resolution is adopted. Now, don't go anywhere because we have a resolution for you next. Tim, if y'all want to stay for this resolution, just have a seat over there. Gene, where'd you go? You just stay over here. Might as well stay here for the resolution. Following resolution, Secretary, read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 279 by Huffman, recognizing March 24 to 28, 2025 as Texas Retired Teachers Week at the state capitol.
You're recognizing a resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. What an honor it is today to stand up and welcome our retired teachers, not for the Texas Retired Teachers Day, but Texas Retired Teachers Week at the state capitol. What an honor. It is my honor to stand here today and just give you all a heartfelt thanks for all that you do for Texas. Let's stop and think about the generations of students that you have trained. As Senator Kolkhorst said, gave them the idea that they could do whatever they wanted to do to build on their dreams. And you know what? The outcome is that Texas is a better place for it. I firmly believe that we are a thriving, great state because of the students that are produced, the kids that work, whether they're driving tractors, whether they're plowing the fields, whether they're becoming scientists, doctors, plumbers. Everybody contributes to this great state. It's all because of the educational opportunities and the seeds that people like you planted in our children. So, thank you. It's our honor to have you today in the Texas Senate. It has been my honor to work with all the senators on the floor. They have all been participants in finding a way to make your retirement system sound, to giving you the COLA, to helping you with your health care premiums. I had the honor of being the lead person on this, but I couldn't have done any of this without the Lieutenant Governor, without Tim Lee I was mentioning, and every senator participated in this and wanted to be a part of this and supported you. So I want you to remember that. I'm just the tip of the sword, but there's a great bunch of people in here. Some of them who helped you in years past have moved on, but we all love you, we all respect you, and we all thank you for what you have done. So with that, I'm sure I have other colleagues who wants to speak. Again, welcome. It's my pleasure to be here with y'all all today.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Paxton.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. Thank you, Senator Huffman, for bringing this wonderful resolution. A week is not enough. But we hope that it does say that we love you. You know, one of the best things about this day to me, as a former teacher myself, my two youngest daughters are also teachers, but one of the best things about today for me is I've already gotten more hugs in one day than in the whole session up to this point, right? One of the biggest adjustments for me when I decided to run for the Senate was to make the adjustment from when I would greet people to automatically hugging them, because I was a teacher and a school counselor, and I realized that was like just not kind of the thing in a business meeting or whatever, just to go in and, hey, how are you, you know? And so I had to kind of make the adjustment to shaking hands. And then I just gave up on it because it's not who I am. And I want to thank you for all the hugs that you gave to all of us, that you're giving to you gave to our children and our grandchildren even. It makes a difference. It's not just what you taught us in front of a classroom. It's what you taught us by being there for us, by giving us those hugs, by giving us those smiles, and like Senator Kolkhorst said, by affirming and encouraging us to kind of reach for the stars. So thank you. Thanks for taking time to come be with us today so we can say thank you. God bless you, and God bless the future that you have created through teaching. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Huffman, thank you for bringing forward Senate Resolution 279, recognizing our Texas Retired Teachers Week here at the Capitol. You know, earlier this morning, it was really a great treat to host. I think it was about 30 teachers from San Antonio. I don't know where in the gallery you may or may not be because we spent so much time. But as I think about all of the challenges this state faces, I think about all of the wisdom and the former educators and everyone that's always talked about how much easier it is to educate a child than to fix a broken person. And we all know that if we look at our correction system, so many of the people in that system are kids who are people that didn't get a good education. And so if you think about it, your work, day in and day out, not only did you allow children to fulfill their God-given potential, you help people get the education and the skills they needed to provide for their families, to have a way of life, to whether, just like Senator Huffman said, whether they become a plumber, electrician, a carpenter, a doctor, an engineer, it doesn't matter. A good, honest job is a good, honest job. And I just want to say thank you for that sacrifice, and thanks, Senator Huffman, and thank you all for holding our feet to the fire. Just like you kept your kids accountable and you graded their papers, you need to keep grading our papers. You need to keep holding us accountable because so many of you, most of you, never got or will never get Social Security. And because of that, you depend on the Texas retirement system. And I want to join thanking the governor and Senator Huffman for their work in making sure that we could all do the best we can, make sure the pension is going to be in good health, and see what we can do to increase, get y'all a cost of living adjustment, because you waited far too long for that last one. Let's see what we can do to do another one. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. And Senator, the Social Security issue has now been addressed finally after all these decades. And by the way, you're right. They had to keep their students accountable. They're keeping us accountable. And just like their students, some need more accountability than others. All right? Not you, of course. Not you, of course. Senator Hinojosa from Hidalgo County.
Thank you, Mr. President and members, and thank you, Senator Huffman, for this great resolution honoring our retired teachers. For me, my teachers made me who I am. My teachers always encouraged me. My teachers were key in my life. And not only in providing an education, but in giving me guidance and support, making me feel like I was part of the class. I was part of the group. I still remember Mrs. Wolfram from Mission High School, Mrs. Cavazos, Mrs. Siegel, all these teachers. In their heart, every student was like a son or daughter to them. And that type of love, that type of commitment, you cannot fake. And makes such a difference when you're growing up that you appreciate how much a difference that makes in a child staying in school. And you're right, Senator Menendez, they need to keep us accountable and grade us. Sometimes I go make speeches before teacher groups, and I don't get nervous except when I appear before teachers, because I say, uh-oh, I might get a grade. But I'll give you one example. In English, I was really like a C-, C+ student. I had teacher, Mrs. Wolfram. Mrs. Wolfram made me from a C+ English student to an A student. That's a difference that a teacher can make in a person's life, in a young person's life. So for me, I'm just very happy that we're able to help our teacher with the COLA. I'm looking forward to continue to increase that in the future. You've done so much for our families, for our country, for our state, for our education, that I really want to just thank you from the bottom of my heart, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Senator. I don't get nervous speaking. I get nervous if I have to write them a letter. And I am an English major, and I'm always worried about the capitalization, the grammar, where does the comma go, and heaven forbid I have a dangling participle. So I understand your pressure. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to thank Chair Huffman for this resolution today. And speaking of English, when I think about my education, Mrs. Cook and Mrs. Biggs come to mind. They were my junior high English teachers, and those two ladies helped me acquire some of the skills that have been very necessary to do this job here in the Texas Senate. And more than that, these were two ladies of great character. And they deeply loved each of their students, even knuckle-headed junior high boys. I mean, what could be more challenging to love than junior high boys? And so I just want to say thank you for the investment that each of you have made for the state of Texas. It matters.
Senator Blanco from El Paso.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank Senator Huffman for bringing this resolution, but more importantly, thanking Senator Huffman for her leadership in recognizing, not just in the resolution, but with all that we've done here in this body to recognize the hard work of our retired teachers. I want to particularly recognize Stephen Evans, President of TRTA Region 19, and Judy Crawford, President of TRTA Region 18 in West Texas. If you're here, please stand. Along with all the TRTA members for their continued advocacy and dedication. Stephen, I still owe you that breakfast at IHOP, so I haven't forgotten. And that's on the record. Look, you all, as retired educators, you've all dedicated your lives in shaping generations of Texans, and not just by teaching lessons from the textbook, but also teaching and instilling values and building confidence and inspiring students to reach their fullest potential, as Senator Kolkhorst gave examples of. And that didn't end in the classroom. You all continue to do it during your retirement. Your commitment has never wavered. So I want to thank you all for your dedication to education, to the love that you have for this state, for our kids, for your profession, and you all deserve our deepest respect and our deepest gratitude. So to all my retired teachers in the gallery, thank you so much for your years of service, and welcome to the Texas Capitol.
Senator West from Dallas.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I, too, want to say thank you, Senator Huffman, for championing this cause and making certain that all of us were one team, not a red team or a blue team, but one team, united, to make certain that we recognize the retirees from our education system. You know, when I think about it, every elevator that I was getting on today had teachers. Some of you did not know where you were going, but you got there. And each and every one of us on this floor have been influenced by you in some form. You know, I think back as a junior high student, and there was a lady by the name of Gloria. How many persons out of Dallas, teachers out of Dallas, do we have here today? Dallas area? Okay, over on this side, okay. I think back to the 7th grade. There was a teacher by the name of Gloria White. I never will forget her. She had such an impact on my life. She taught government. And normally, I would like to sit on the back row, but because of her influence, I sit on the front row. And every syllable that came out of her mouth, I listened to. She had such an impact on me that once I graduated from law school, I moved back to Dallas, joined the same church that she was a member of, moved on the same street that she lived on. And our families obviously became great friends. There was one other teacher, and here's the lesson. The lawyers in here will appreciate this. There was a teacher by the name of Joseph J. Honore. And we were in, I guess, Senator Creighton, the advanced courses for kids in junior high school. And he was one of those teachers that every night you would give us homework. Every night. And so when I got to about the 8th grade, they wanted to put me in Latin as my quote unquote foreign language. And so, unbeknownst to my mother, what I decided to do was to get out of Latin and get into French. Parlez-vous français? Also, and this is what he told me, because he pulled me to the side. He said, boy, you're going to regret that you did that. I said, yeah, sure I am. I go to law school. I open up a law book. Guess what I saw? Latin and his face. Lastly, I grew up in some part in the projects of Dallas. Didn't have a lot of money, nor really a dream of doing anything other than playing football when I grew up. But at Wilmer Hutchins High School, Senator Kokowas, I was trying to figure out which direction I was going in, recognizing I didn't have financial aid, Senator Creighton. That's why I'm such a zealot behind and have passion behind making certain that we have financial aid. There was a teacher by the name of Shirley Fisher, who's still my friend as of today, that decided, Senator Flores, to co-sign a teacher, co-sign and guarantee my financial aid. A teacher. And she convinced her husband to be a part of that. Those types of teachers are with us today. The influence that you have provided over our life here on this floor and many other students, obviously we will be forever grateful to you. And we want to make certain that as we deal with the government issues and other type of issues, that we don't forget you and the contribution that you've made to our life. So welcome to your state senate and continue to grade our papers. Thank you very much.
Great stories, Senator West. Great stories as only you can tell them. Senator Campbell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Thank you, Senator Huffman, for bringing this resolution forward. We do have the honor of being in the presence of all of our retired teachers, many who could be here today, who have dedicated their lives into shaping the future of Texas. Futures of Texas as measured by the people that you have taught. I know there are many retired teachers from Senate District 25. Stand if you are from Blanco, Travis, Hayes, Guadalupe, Comal, Bear, or Kendall. If you're from any of those, would you please stand? There they are. And especially welcome. And especially Dr. Amy Jo Baker. Are you here? Dr. Amy Jo Baker? I'm not sure if she was able to make it or not. She was one of the first retired teachers I met whenever I was running for Senate. But I've had teachers guide me, follow with me, teach me through all my education. Had so much education, my mom said, honey, are you ever gonna get finished? But there is greatness in our teachers past, our teachers present, and our teachers in the future. They will be our retired teachers someday. And I know they will carry the mantle, the baton that you will pass to them with the honor that you have. Welcome to your Senate. Welcome to the gallery. Welcome to the Senate. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, so many of the senators have articulated so eloquently the many, many things that our teachers have done for us. And because they are retired, at least the group that we are honoring today, it is so appropriate. I would also like to thank them for what they are doing today. First of all, their advocacy, not only for their fellow retired teachers, but also for teachers who are in the classroom today. Second, for representing us so well in the community, because they too talk about legislators when they speak to others, and they talk about the work that we have done. There's so many people who come to us and say, would you please do this? Would you please do the other? But the retired teachers always say thank you. And they say thank you when they come and they meet with us. And they say thank you when they recognize what we have done for them and when they express their appreciation. And that is such an important example for other people. But I would like to also thank them for the work that they have done in literacy, because the retired teachers through their local organizations today are continuing to contribute books to our students. That is such an important program. And they have also asked us to join in the effort. It has been my pleasure to do so, and I invite all of you to join their efforts and to contribute some of your favorite children's books. One of my favorite is Chato's Kitchen. It's a bilingual book with a wonderful lesson. The moral of the story is, if cats and dogs and mice can get together and have a good time, so can we. It's a beautiful, beautiful lesson. So to all the retired teachers, again, we say not only thank you for what you have done, but thank you for what you are doing and for what you will continue to do. Mr. President, I recognized earlier some of the delegations. I went out to take a picture with some students, and do you know, members, that there are dozens of retired teachers outside? They could not get in the chamber because it is so packed with retired teachers. So many more are outside the chamber because they couldn't get in. Today, it is my pleasure to especially recognize the teachers from Laredo and Zapata, and officers of their organization. Would they please stand and be recognized? They are in the East Gallery and in the South Gallery. Mary Louise Navarro, President. Rosa Lamberton, Vice President. Silvia Garza, Second Vice President. Diane Ramirez, President in Zapata. And Rosie Bigler, First Vice President from Zapata. Thank you for everything you have done. Welcome to the Texas Senate.
Senator Zaffirini. Senator Zaffirini, by the way, has not missed a vote since 1981. She has like 70,000 consecutive votes, but I know you like math and data. We have 496 seats in the gallery, and I'm told there are 1,500 retired teachers here today at the Capitol, so it's a great day. Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Huffman, for the resolution. My mom lived to be over 100 years old. She was still living when I was in the Texas Senate. And she said she liked to talk about issues. And she said, one of these days you'll be talking about issues related to teachers, or something will come up about teachers, or you will be talking to teachers. And she said, you be sure to tell them that your mom was a school teacher. My mom was a school teacher. And she did not retire as a school teacher like y'all did. She chose to raise her 6 children. I'm fortunate for that. But we want to thank all of you for, we entrust y'all with the most precious thing in our lives, and the people we represent, the most precious thing in their lives, and that is the education of our children. And for that, thank you for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So my wife is a retired teacher. My mother-in-law, before she passed, was a retired teacher. My daughter-in-law is now raising her children, a retired teacher. And last time, members, when I was, and a secret most people don't know, I did my student teaching in college. I just didn't become a teacher. But last year when we passed the bill, I brought this Coke can out. And it said, it's time, the 180,000 Texas retired teachers, employees are counting on your yes vote to receive a COLA in 2023, which you all were yes. This year, Doug, get this award. They brought me an acrylic Coke can. There you go. It's heavy. If you brought me 2, I could lift. And it says TRT COLA, 88th legislative session for the retired teachers. You know, they say when you die, you can't take anything with you, but I think I might take this with me. This is the best award, the best designed award I've ever received. And it's made of such solid material, I think it will survive the ground for a long time when I'm gone. I'll be gone, but this will still be there. So I want to introduce one quick person before we go to close. Marion Wallace has been my education director for 17 years I've been in. Chris Duke is now my current. Marion is my deputy chief of staff. But her mom, who taught for 35 years in Katy, Mary, stand up. So you had a retired teacher mole right in my office, you know. She was there, kind of like undercover, you know, in the office, making sure you all were taken care of. So thank you, Mary, for being here. Thank you, Marion, and Chris Duke. You do a great job. With that, let's go to Senator Huffman to close.
Thank you. Members, before I close, I want to introduce the current officers who are with us today. Ella Gauthier, TRTA's president. Y'all stand, please. Franna Patterson, TRTA's first vice president. Jane Ixman, who serves on the TRTA Legislative Committee. And Marcy Kahn, my dear friend, the TRTA immediate past president. And of course, Tim Lee, the executive director. With that, thank y'all.
Senator Huffman, hold on. I had a late light. Senator Menendez, you have a late light. Yes.
Very simple motion, Mr. President. Because we all feel so strongly about our retired teachers, I'd like to make a motion to add all members' names, including yours, Mr. President.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any objection? Hearing none?
And Lieutenant Governor, I got one of those awards too. So if you want to borrow mine to work out, you can borrow it, but you can't have it.
All right.
With that, I move adoption of SR.
Members, please stand in honor of our retired teachers. Thank you for being with us. You always make it a great day at the Capitol. Thank you. Resolution is adopted. Senator Eckhart, introduce the Doctor of the Day.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Members, I'm excited to welcome Dr. Daniel Kelly back to our chamber this session. He's one of our fantastic doctors from right here in Austin. Board certified as a family physician, Dr. Kelly is an alum of UT San Antonio Medical School, go Roadrunners. And of course, he eventually found his way to Austin through the UT Southwestern Residency Program. Today, he's positively impacting our community as the Associate Chief of Family Medicine for Austin Regional Clinic. He's also a member of the American Medical Association, the Texas Academy of Family Physicians, and the Travis County Medical Society. When not treating patients with all the care they deserve, he's spending time outdoors in our beautiful waterways from Barton Springs to the Comal River. He's a loving husband and father who treats all his patients like family, which is why I am grateful to have him here as part of our legislative family today. Members, welcome Dr. Daniel Kelly back to our chamber. Thanks so much, Dr. Kelly.
Senator, you ready? Members, we have a special guest with us for a recognition resolution on the floor. Secretary, read the following resolution.
Senate Resolution 275 by Blanco, honoring professional golfer Sergio Garcia for his myriad achievements.
Senator Blanco.
Thank you,
Good to see you
Mr.
again.
President. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise today to recognize a remarkable individual, not just for his extraordinary career, but of course for the impact that he has had on and off the golf course. We talked a little bit about that earlier. But Sergio Garcia's story is one of passion. It's one of perseverance. It's one of dedication that has inspired so many people, especially here in Texas. As you all know, Sergio was born in Castellón, Spain. And from the moment he picked up that golf club at age 3, it was very clear that he had a special talent and that he really connected with the game. His early years were spent mastering the sport, and by the time he was a teenager, he was already making waves, winning tournaments, and catching the attention of the world in the sport of golf. At 16, he was ranked among the top golfers, the PGA Tour, and soon after, he claimed the British Amateur Championship. In 1999, Sergio turned professional and was nicknamed El Niño. His fearless approach to the game, combined with his very charismatic style, captivated fans all over the world. And Sergio's unrelenting drive and joy for that competition earned him a special place in golf history as the 2017 Masters Tournament winner. But beyond earning the coveted green jacket that they only get to wear when they win, and along with all of his other achievements, Sergio has made a lasting impact through philanthropy. He and his wife, Angela, they established the Sergio and Angelo Garcia Foundation for Kids ATX, raising nearly $5 million for children and for families throughout Central Texas. Sergio has shown us that his heart is as big as his talent, and his generosity has touched countless lives here in our state. So members, today we honor Sergio Garcia not only for his achievements in golf, but for his commitment to making a difference in the lives of people here in the state of Texas. Sergio, there's so many passionate golfers out there, and I want to include one former TCU golfer, Senator Colcourse, who was an academic, All-American, and all four-year letter winner, we've had conversations, but she's really excited that you're here. So it's an absolute honor to recognize you here, and I wish you all the best as you continue to inspire and lead both on and off the course. Thank you very much.
Senator Colcourse?
Thank
We'll
you.
all applause at the end there. Well, Senator Colcourse.
Thank you, Senator Blanco, for bringing this resolution, Senate Resolution 275. I had an opportunity to meet with Sergio and Angela in the back, and I just want you to know how refreshing it was to see some people that are so famous throughout the world to be so down to earth. That's the most impressive thing to me, beyond your golf skills, is how grounded you both are, how gracious and how lovely you are. Now, Mr. President and Senator Blanco, we're out here and we're talking a lot about Sergio Garcia. I'm going to talk about Angela. She started at TCU and she finished her golf career at the University of Texas. So give it to me both, orange and purple. There you go. Y'all should clap for her. She is a very accomplished woman that is now a mother. And that, I think, Angela, is our best accomplishment. Not the trophies, but the legacy that we get to leave here on earth through our children. And so, Sergio, I remember when you were that young kid out on that golf course, and you know, we talked about this in the back, Mr. President, and I sent you this quote. when you play at that level, it's hard to understand the pressure that you're under all the time. And Rory McIlroy said, after he won the Players Tournament, he said, somebody asked him, how do you handle the pressure? And he answered it, and he said, it is a privilege to have pressure, for that means that you're actually doing something meaningful. And so it's been actually refreshing to watch you through your career stay grounded. Thank goodness, beyond the Masters and your Ryder Cup and everything else, thank goodness you married a Texan. So we can make you an honorary Texan. Angela, thank you for your parents and what they've meant to the state of Texas as well. God bless you both. Hey, keep winning. I'm going to watch you in the majors. I know you're on that new tour, and you've been really hot lately too, and playing well. And when you're playing well, just keep it going and go win another major. Okay? God bless you both. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to thank Senator Blanco for this resolution. I'm also someone who tried to enjoy the game of golf, but, I've also heard that the game of golf is a nice walk ruined. But, and it's because most of us, the overwhelming majority, cannot play on the level that y'all play. But the reality is this, you're gifted with these talents that allow you to be professionals in this sport. But what's so important is what you do after you've been given so many things and you've been entrusted with that. And what I want to thank you for, I want to thank you both for the foundation that I believe, Angela, you founded, having to do with bullying, anti-bullying. And I think that you're a foundation that's unique, gifted, loved, and individual. The Ugly Foundation and bullying. And so I'll tell you that bullying is a very pervasive issue around the country, and it keeps a lot of students from getting a good education. And so I want to thank you for your work in that field. You've been given so much, and you'll have so many great talents that you've entertained so many watching. And Sergio, yes, all of us were watching the Masters when you won, and it was entertaining, it was great, the pressure, but it's so cool to see the things that you're doing for others with those things that you've got. So, it's funny, Senator Kolkhorst was talking about making you an honorary Texan. Well, we got to remember that one of the 6 flags of Texas is the flag of Spain. They got here, and actually, I like to make jokes about things we've inherited from the Spaniards, pero felicidades por todos los triunfos que has tenido, estás en tu casa, y que gracias por todo el entretenimiento que nos has traído a millones de personas y mantenerte tan buena persona. Felicidades. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Senator Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the time. And Sergio, muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. It is really an honor and a pleasure. I'll tell you, I came to golf a little later as a young lawyer and struggle with it still, but I enjoy every time I'm out on the links. But I think that another thing that's important is for us Latinos, there's not a whole lot of Latino golfers. I know you've got, of course, you and John Rahm and Jose Maria Lozabal, and of course, Seve Ballesteros. And we can't forget, not Spaniards, Lee Trevino and Chichi Rodriguez and a few others. So for us Latino kids that grew up in the barrio, even though while not in Spain, and I know for those kids in Spain, you are their hero and their mentor, but you teach Latino kids all over this country que sí se puede in a sport donde no podíamos. And so for that, we thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kolkhorst, I had the privilege of meeting them just about 6 weeks ago, and I would agree with you. They were just so humble and so wonderful and so nice and so pleasant, and to the point where it really stood out. That's who you are. And Sergio, there will be a day. Of course, you can play on the seniors forever. At some point, you can play golf forever. There'll be a day both of you will look back on your life, and you'll say, "This is what I did," which was a great golfer, but this is who I was. And for that, I know when that day comes, you'll know that you won the equivalent of a master's at life because you're just two great people giving back, and not everyone does, so thank you very much. Senator Blanco to close.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to make a motion to add all members' names to the resolution, and with that, thank you very much.
Members, let's stand for our champion, our Masters champion, and one of the greatest golfers ever. The resolution is adopted. Sergio Garcia, thank you. Members, if no objection, all names are added.
Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
SR 78 by King, recognizing March 25th, 2025 as Parker County Day at the state capitol.
Senator King on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we have some friends in the gallery, and you never want to be at the introduction behind the retired teachers. Otherwise, you need to bring lunch with you. But they're here today, and I ask that all the people from Parker County, if you would, if you're still here, would you please stand? There they are. Okay, good. Thank you. Good. Well, welcome. We are joined here today by members of the Weatherford Chamber of Commerce, the Parker County Chamber of Commerce, and the Springtown Chamber of Commerce. I will tell you that Parker County is not just one of the fastest growing counties in the state, but actually in the nation. A few years ago, for counties of 50,000 or more, and it's about 180,000 today. But a few years ago, it was the 6th fastest growing county in America. We are especially excited about the new University of Texas at Arlington West campus that is breaking ground in Aledo next week. The new campus will bring all the benefits of a top-tier research university with a focus on engineering to Parker County. The Peach capital of Texas and the cutting horse capital of the world. You can always find something fun in a community event in Weatherford and throughout Parker County. In fact, Mr. President, a couple of weeks ago when Dennis Quaid and some others were up here, I introduced myself to Dennis Quaid, and he said, wow, he goes, I'm in Weatherford right now filming a Bass Reeves with Taylor Sheridan. I said, where are you staying? Of course, he's staying at our famous La Quinta. So anyway, but it's a wonderful place, and we're so glad y'all are here today. They come down every session. It's a wonderful community. Terry and I have lived there 42 years. Almost all our kids are still there, and the others are close by. And it's a wonderful place to live, work, and play. And thank you for being here. Members, would you welcome Parker County?
Senator Hagenbuch on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the privilege of also part of my district covers Parker County. So thank you, Senator King, for this, for the honoring them. I'm proud to be able to honor you all as well, Parker County, the folks here. I think I have some of your names. I have County Commissioner Mike Hale, GOP Chairman Brady Gray, Weatherford City Manager James Hotop, and President of Parker County Chamber, Lisa Flowers, forgive me, and President of the Weatherford Chamber, Tammy Gazzola. Is that right? Anybody else? Is that all of you? And I'm sorry, Taylor, Rochelle? Anyway, good to see you all. Thanks for being here today. Welcome to your capital. I have a few comments here. I hope not too repetitive. Members, Parker County has about a 200,000 person population. It's one of the fastest growing counties in the United States. Population increased nearly 20% in 4 years. The skyrocketing growth is attracting families, businesses, and new opportunities every day. Parker County is the home of the Peach capital of Texas, a place where tradition and agriculture thrive. Weatherford, the county seat, is also known as the cutting horse capital of the world, a testament to the deep-rooted Western heritage and strong ranching community. Parker County's excellence extends beyond its traditions. It's a hub for education and economic growth. Weatherford College is the fastest growing college in Texas, preparing students for success in the rapidly changing world. And as the senator said, University of Texas in Arlington is building a 51-acre new campus in Parker County, which will further strengthen the region's role in developing the next generation of Texas leaders. The Parker County Chamber of Commerce is one of only 29 chambers in the nation to receive a prestigious 5-star accommodation from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. It's an incredible distinction that reflects the county's thriving business environment. The county is also rich in history and culture. It's named after Isaac Parker, a former legislator in the Republic of Texas. It's also home of notable people like Taylor Sheridan, as the senator mentioned, whose ranch in Parker County serves as a backdrop for many of the productions, including scenes from Landman filmed in Aledo. Speaking of Aledo, it's an impressive city with an impressive school district that ranks high in academics and athletics, particularly notably is in football. I want to extend my sincere thanks to Senator Parker for for the effort you put into the Senator King, for putting effort into Parker County over the years. All you've done. It's great to be here today with you, and welcome to your capital. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hagenbuch. Members, Senator King moves adoption of the resolution. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, resolution is adopted. Thank you for joining us today. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 332 by Menendez et al., recognizing March 26, 2025 as Viva San Antonio Day at the state capitol.
Senator Menendez on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank Patsy for that especially nice Viva. Mr. President, members, today I rise to recognize Viva San Antonio Day at the Capitol, along with some of my colleagues who are going to speak on the resolution. We have a number of members here representing some who had to leave, so I'm just going to ask those from San Antonio who are still in the gallery, please rise. I'm going to call out the folks who were here earlier, and next time I'm going to tell y'all, don't plan it on the same day as the retired teachers, so we can get in the building. Today with us we had the CEO and President of the Chamber of Commerce, Jeff Webster, former City Councilman. I can see my good friend, Executive Board Chair Pat Frost, Katie Ferrier, Vice President of Public Policy, Viva San Antonio Co-Chair Krista Pfeiffer, and our good friend Kevin Matula from USAA. And while San Antonio is exponentially growing, many individuals are working to preserve our history and our culture is what makes San Antonio special. And you know, Pat, you can talk to that because your dad was such a giant of our community, and the Frost family has so many hundreds of years of depth of culture and so much they've given to the city of San Antonio. Members, if you're not aware, our city was founded in 1718 by Father Antonio Olivares. 1718 is 163 years before this building was built. And that, you know, it was why San Antonio is a home to a great deal of Mexican-American history. Obviously, we know all about the Alamo. And today, San Antonio carries on its Mexican-American traditions with events like Fiesta and the Battle of the Flowers Parade, where individuals decorate floats with flowers honoring the heroes who fought in the Battle of the Alamo and the Battle of San Jacinto. In addition to preserving Mexican-American culture, downtown San Antonio is a hot spot for tourism, for shopping, for great eating, and many shops in San Antonio are family-owned and operated, and they rely on the support not just of the local community and businesses, but of all of the tourism that happens. And because San Antonio has such a keen sense of community, I'm proud to say that a number of the businesses in San Antonio, over a third of those businesses are family-owned and operated. I want to thank you all for coming down today and helping us learn about the issues that we need to help with San Antonio. And your hard work and dedication to our city is felt all around the Capitol and all around the state. And before I pass this on to my colleagues who want to say a few words, I just want you to know there's a long-standing tradition about San Antonio that everyone in Texas has two homes, their own and San Antonio.
Senator Gutierrez on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, my friends from San Antonio. We appreciate you so much. Pat, thank you, everybody, for being here. I just got to tell you, Senator Menendez is fantastic, and it's hard to follow him, but I'll tell you that he forgot one thing, and this goes out to my friends in Dallas and Houston here on the Senate floor. We have more basketball champions than any other city in Texas. How about that? And the San Antonio Spurs. And so it's a fabulous town. Everything that we've done over the last 50 years of my life has just been incredible. Both Jose and I were on the city council, and we've watched it grow, and we've been part of that. We've seen our tiny little river grow into something so amazing in our River North project. What we do between trade with Mexico and the importance of San Antonio as it begins to be the spoke for everything going north has been fantastic, and it's this Chamber of Commerce in large part that's made a lot of that happen, both at the Port of San Antonio and at Brooks. We've done an amazing job on converting our military bases as BRACs have happened in the past. Probably one of the lead cities to be able to do that in a real way and in a very effective way. And so I thank you for being part of that, because our decisions, just like it is for every member on this Senate floor, our decisions are not just our own. We go back home and we talk to people like you, we talk to people, all the stakeholders, and we come back and we try to do good for the community. So thank you for your part in doing all of that. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you, Senator Gutierrez. Senator Campbell on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'm happy to join the Bear delegation, those who signed the resolution. Thank you, Senator Menendez. And Viva la San Antonio. The San Antonio Chamber want to welcome you, as you've already been welcomed by Senator Menendez and Senator Gonzalez. But as we celebrate Viva la San Antonio Day, I'm very proud of the work that the San Antonio Chamber of Commerce does in advancing the economic growth of San Antonio, business innovation, and opportunities in the Alamo City. But beyond the business, the Chamber also champions what makes San Antonio special, our military community, as Senator Gutierrez was saying, are the deep-rooted traditions, the commitment to building a brighter future for all who call San Antonio home. So to all of you here celebrating Viva la San Antonio Day, thank you for your leadership, thank you for the vision and your dedication to San Antonio. So welcome, welcome. It's good to see you.
Dean Zaffirini, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, having been in the Senate 38 years now, I have been delighted to represent part of San Antonio, part of Bexar County actually, since I was elected a senator. And it's been my pleasure to actually have to fight to keep Bexar County and part of San Antonio in my district. And I'm so proud to do so. Many times people ask, how can you represent a district that goes from Laredo to Austin? Well, think of the perfect configuration that is. And what brings us together? IH-35. And because of IH-35, the communities between Laredo, San Antonio, and Austin work together and celebrate successes not only in education, specifically in higher education, but also in economic development, international trade, in health, and the list goes on and on and on. And Viva San Antonio Day is the perfect time to celebrate this opportunity, to celebrate the friendships, and to realize that San Antonio is such a perfect community in which to bring up a family, especially in Texas, because it is a wonderful bilingual, bicultural community where most of the people not only speak Spanish, but also read and write it. And that is such an asset in today's world. And there's so many people in San Antonio who understand, because of leaders like Senator Menendez, Senator Gutierrez, and Senator Campbell, the importance of bilingualism and the fact that the more languages you speak, the better prepared you are to succeed in the business world and to be a better teacher and to work with many cultures. Viva San Antonio brings our culture together, brings our families together, and we thank you for all you do to ensure that this day is a wonderful success. Thank you, Senator Menendez, for always being our leader and bringing this resolution forth, and I'm proud to be part of it and proud to be part of this wonderful delegation. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Menendez to close.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. And now for my friends from San Antonio, now you see why it's so important to have Dean Zaffirini in our delegation. Couldn't have been said any better. Pat, I want to remember something based on what Senator Zaffirini just said. 30 years ago, as a young councilman, I can remember sitting down with your dad and him telling me stories about his father sending him into northern Mexico to go find business. And he would tell me these stories, half in Spanish, half in English, but the Spanish he spoke was perfect Spanish. And so few people would realize that Tom Frost was fully bilingual. And I think that's part of why he had such a passion for education, had a passion for business, had a passion for everything that was special about San Antonio. San Antonio works because we don't care where you're from, we don't care what your partisan politics are. We care about each other as a community, and I'm proud to represent you along with our colleagues. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. President, members. I move adoption.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to adoption of the resolution? Hearing and seeing none, resolution is adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 284 by Hughes recognizing March 26, 2025 as Texas Pharmacy Day at the state capitol.
Senator Hughes on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, of course, many of you have already greeted pharmacists from back home, pharmacy students who are here today, and we want to take a few moments to honor them and all that they do in our communities. We're welcoming in pharmacists, pharmacy technicians, pharmacy students here from all across the state to celebrate Texas Pharmacy Day here at the Capitol. 5 associations represented today: the Texas Pharmacy Association, Texas Federation of Drugstores, Texas Society of Health System Pharmacists, National Association of Chain Drugstores, and the Texas Pharmacy Business Council. Of course, this profession goes way back to the 17th century here when Spanish explorers and missionaries dispensed medicines and also learned about remedies already here being practiced by Native Americans. We're all aware, each of us individually and in our communities, whether we are rural, urban, suburban, we share in common the relationships we enjoy with that neighborhood pharmacist that we rely on for so many things. And we celebrate that in them today. Often they are the primary point of contact with the healthcare system. We know this is true for tens of millions of Americans and certainly many, many Texans. And they have an increasingly important role in counseling patients on the safe and effective use of prescription medication. Over 400 guests from across the state are with us. I want to take a moment to introduce some of the folks, some of the leadership from my district. And while we're talking about you, let's have all of our friends here for Pharmacy Today. Please rise while we say a few more. All of it, please rise. Everybody, some of us in white lab coats, some of us not. Please rise. We're so glad to have, again, from my part of the world and leadership in the organizations, Courtney Willis, Michelle Beal, Charlotte Weller, Pete Powers, so Leanne Hampton, Michelle Kavetsky, also a number of student pharmacists here. And so, members, will you join me in recognizing these champions of healthcare who love and care for the people in our communities? Thank you all for being here today.
Senator Schwertner on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hughes, for bringing this resolution forward. I had the great opportunity to come speak to the pharmacy delegation in the legislative conference room earlier. As the sole pharmacist in the legislature, I want to make sure you are welcomed to your capital. I want to recognize you for the care you present and give to the members of your communities. And for the students up there, I want to recognize you for the rigor of the coursework that you're going through, because pharmacy school to me was harder than medical school. So congratulations on getting in pharmacy school, getting through pharmacy school, and for your future endeavors. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Senator Schwertner. Senator West, you're recognized on the resolution.
I, too, Senator Hughes, join you in this resolution, but I have a couple of questions. What is the future of pharmacy?
Senator West, the future of pharmacy is bright if we have folks like this across our state serving us. Of course, we have a role here to make sure that the laws and the policies exist to help them continue to serve and take care of folks back home.
And provide them the resources necessary to get through this rigorous program in pharmacy school. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I join you in making certain that I salute each and every one of you, and we need some pharmacists up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area also, okay?
Senator Hughes to close on the resolution.
I thank each member, and I thank again our friends here for Pharmacy Day. Thanks for taking time to be here. Thanks for what you do back home. And I'm so proud to move adoption, Senate Resolution 284.
Members, is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Hearing and seeing none, resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes Senator Middleton for a recognition.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, today we are visited with LaPorte High School and LaPorte ISD. If you could please stand. If you're here today with LaPorte ISD, really good turnout. Go Bulldogs. I'm proud to represent LaPorte in your Texas Senate, your state capital. LaPorte has long dedicated itself to better academic outcomes and preparing students for the workforce of tomorrow to give them a great education and be ready to contribute to our community and the great state of Texas. And we have some special guests joining us in the gallery here today. Walter Jackson, our superintendent. Good wave, Walter. Mason Perez, trustee, is here with us. There's Mason. Teacher Beck Neal and Sam Richardson. So we got two LaPorte High School teachers here with us. Thank y'all for coming to the Capitol. Principal Dr. Cade Griffin, I think you're up there as well. Amy Lott, secretary, is here with us. And Communications Director Adam Holland. So Adam, thank y'all for visiting your state capital, and I'm so proud to get to represent the Bulldogs in your Texas Senate and your state capital. God bless you. God bless Texas.
Thank you, Senator Middleton. Thank you for joining us today. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 329 by Parker et al., recognizing March 26, 2025 as Realtor Day at the state capitol.
Senator Parker on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I rise today to present a resolution recognizing today, March 26, 2025, as Realtor Day here at the state capitol. For over 100 years, Texas realtors have worked tirelessly to protect private property rights and support property owners across our state. With more than 140,000 members, they play an essential role in our economy, contributing nearly $470 billion in 2024 alone, or almost 18% of our state's GDP. Texas realtors are not just business professionals. They are dedicated members of their communities, working to help Texans achieve the dream of homeownership and ensuring our state remains a top place to live, to work, and to invest. I want to extend a warm welcome to the realtors that are visiting us today here at the Capitol and thank them for their continued advocacy, leadership, and commitment to the growth and prosperity of Texas. I'd also like to ask the members, the leadership team with our realtors in Texas to please stand. I'm going to recognize each of you if you wouldn't mind standing. I'd like to recognize Christy Gessler, who is chairman of the board, Jennifer Wahab, Tony Lloyd, Deborah Spangler, and Jeff Kahn. And members, again, if you give our wonderful Texas realtors a big, warm Senate welcome here today.
Senator Hinojosa of Nueces on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Parker, for your resolution. Your realtors are essential in helping Texans achieve their dream of home ownership, and I just want to recognize our realtors from District 27. They had a whole bunch of them come by my office. I don't know if they're in the gallery, but just thank them for always fostering home ownership, for promoting housing affordability and defending property rights, and just thank them for the work that they do here in Texas. Welcome to your state capitol.
Thank you, Senator Hinojosa. If I may, Senator Parker, I got to speak with a group of Waco realtors earlier this morning, but I also have the Granbury Realtors Association led by former Commissioner Steve Berry, longtime friend. We've had a lot of fellowship moments and some heated arguments in our 20 years of knowing each other. Would y'all stand and be recognized? Thank you all for joining us today. Hooah! Thank you. Members, you've heard the motion by Senator Parker. Oh, Senator Parker to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I just want to congratulate all of our realtors and thank you for all you do for our economy. My mom is a realtor. I know how hard you all work tirelessly to earn a living and to take care of Texans and to keep our economy vibrant. So I appreciate you all so much. Have a blessed day here at the Capitol. And with that, Mr. President, members, I move adoption of the resolution.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, resolution is adopted. Senator Hinojosa, for what purpose?
To make a motion, move to add all the senators' names to the last resolution.
Members, you've heard the motion from Senator Hinojosa to add all the names of the members to the Realtor resolution. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, motion is adopted. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 321 by Hagenbu, recognizing March 26, 2025 as Montague County Day at the state capitol.
Senator Hagenbuch, you're recognized on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm very proud today to recognize a very special part of Texas today, Montague County. Joining us today, we have Bowie Mayor Galen Burris. Where are they? I think they're over here, right? Oh, over here. All right, good to see you all. Good to see you. I'm not sure. I got a few names here I'm going to read off. Bowie Parks Chairperson Margaret Latham, Bowie City Councilman Stephanie Post, and Montague County GOP Chairman Melody Gillespie. Good to see you all. Thanks for being here. Welcome to your capital. Montague County was established in 1857. It's been a cornerstone of North Texas, playing a vital role in our state's frontier days and cattle drives. The legendary Chisholm Trail ran through Montague County, solidifying its place in Texas's ranching legacy. Today, the same pioneering spirit continues to shape the county's success. If you visit Montague County, you'll find the very best of Texas small-town values, where the legacy of cattle drives meets modern industry, where small-town pride runs deep. The communities of Bowie, Nocona, and St. Joe each offer their own unique character and traditions that have helped shape the identity of our state. Montague County is a key player in Texas's economy with thriving cattle ranches, hay production, and a strong oil and gas industry. From Nocona's renowned boot craftsmanship to the hard-working ranchers and farmers, the county embodies economic strength and resilience. Montague County is also investing in the future by supporting education and workforce development. Institutions including North Central Texas College's Bowie campus, Weatherford College, Wise County, and Texas State Technical College provide outstanding opportunities for students to gain the skills they'll need to succeed in today's economy. Members, it's an honor to welcome the folks from Montague County. Please give them a round of applause with me. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, thank you, Senator Hagenbuch. Members, you've heard the motion on the resolution for adoption. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, resolution is adopted. Members, we have a memorial resolution. Members, we have a memorial resolution. Chair lays out the following resolution. Secretary will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 300 by Flores. Whereas all who shared in the life of Lamar Oslin Lewis of Temple were deeply saddened by his death on March 9, 2025 at the age of 71. And whereas the son of Benny Lee and Wilma Lewis, Lamar Lewis was born on January 17, 1954, and he grew up with the companionship of 3 siblings, Benny, Russell, and Penelope. After graduating from Academy High School in 1972, he attended Temple Junior College, and he received a bachelor's degree in political science from Baylor University in 1976. And whereas Mr. Lewis enjoyed a rewarding 33-year career as an educator, coach, and athletic director at a number of Texas public schools. Following his retirement from Bandera High in 2013, he served as district director in the office of State Representative Hugh Shine, and he ran for a seat in the Texas Senate in 2021. And whereas in all his endeavors, Mr. Lewis benefited from the love and support of his wife, Colleen, with whom he shared a fulfilling marriage that spanned 5 decades. He took great pride in his 3 children, Lindsay, Lauren, and Lamar, and over the years, he welcomed into his family 7 grandchildren, Dobie, Hazel, Bonnie, Doris, Penelope, Brazos, and Birdie. And whereas while his loss is difficult to bear, Lamar Lewis leaves behind numerous friends and loved ones whose lives are far richer for having known him, and he will always hold a treasured place in their hearts. Now therefore be it resolved that the Senate of the 89th Texas Legislature hereby pay tribute to the memory of Lamar Oslin Lewis and extend heartfelt sympathy to the members of his family. To his wife, Doris Colleen Tomlin Lewis, to his wife's parents, Walter and Doris Tomlin, to his brothers, Benny Frank Lewis and his wife Pamela, and Russell Lewis and his wife Cassandra, to his children, Lindsay Penelope Ilrich and her husband Craig, Lauren Elizabeth Brisbane and her husband Robert, and Lamar Tomlin Lewis and his wife Emily, to his grandchildren, Dobie Boone Illich, Hazel Barrett Meister, Bonnie Blue Lewis, Doris May Lewis, Penelope Catherine Brisbane, and Brazos Dabney Lewis, and to his other relatives and friends, and be it further resolved that when the Texas Senate adjourns this day, it do so in memory of Lamar Lewis.
Chair recognizes Senator Flores on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I present Senate Resolution 300 in memory of my dear friend Lamar Lewis. If the family would please rise. You know, I've met Lamar on the campaign trail in 2021, and I had never met him before, and we were running for the Texas Senate. And let me tell you, I've had a number of opponents in my career on different levels. Lamar Lewis was probably one of the most genuine men that you could ever meet. He's honest. He was there because he believed in serving his community. He was someone I could talk to and straight up, person to person. You find that rare in politics. We became friends, and he was very active in his community. He loved his family. Let me just tell you, I can tell you, he loved his family. One of the first things he'd always say is, "How's Miss Elizabeth?" That's the first thing he'd always say. And I would say, "Well, she's doing well. How are yours?" That was his first thing, was his family and my family and the Central Texas family. He served as an educator for decades. Thousands of students throughout Texas benefited from having him as their teacher, but he was also a coach. He was known as the coach. And sometimes he would talk to you like, yeah, you need to, as a coach, is that the coach? But you know what? It was all from his big heart, a big heart from a big man. And so it is my honor and privilege to be able to memorialize his name in the books of the Texas Senate with Senate Resolution 300 in his honor and memory
and especially to recognize our deepest regrets to the family from the Texas Senate for his loss. Great loss to Texas, but what he did for Texas across the board won't be forgotten. It was certainly not by myself. God bless you, and I move passage of Senate Resolution 300.
Members, would all those in favor of the resolution please rise? It being unanimous, the resolution is adopted. Members, the following message from the governor. Secretary will read the message.
To the Senate of the 89th Legislature regular session, I ask the advice, consent, and confirmation of the Senate with respect to the following appointment. To be a member of the Gulf Coast Authority Board of Directors, Kevin M. Scott, Santa Fe. Respectfully submitted, Greg Abbott, Governor of Texas, to nominations.
Chair lays out the following resolutions. Secretary will read the resolutions.
SR 89 by Colhorst, SR 314 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, SR 315 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, SR 316 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, SR 317 by Hinojosa of Hidalgo, SR 328 by Nichols, and SR 331 by Hinojosa of Nueces.
Members, this is a voice vote. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Resolutions are adopted. Senator Hinojosa, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 761.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 761 relates to the rights of crime victims and the enforcement of those rights. Texas has made significant strides to ensure that crime victims have rights throughout the criminal justice process and that their safety is a priority. Violent crime is both a personal and a public safety issue. And by continuing to improve our criminal justice system, we can keep more Texans safe. Senate Bill 761 adds clarity and a time frame and communication requirements to the Crime Victims' Bill of Rights. The bill grants victims the right to meaningful notice. Prosecutors will have to give survivors 5-day notice or notice as soon as practical about any court proceedings, as well as notice that a plea bargain hearing has been set so that the victim can prepare for the plea bargain and the plea day. The bill grants victims the right to be informed that the prosecutor does not represent the victim. This bill simply clarifies that victims may not think of the district attorney's office, state attorney as their attorney, and they have the right to have their own attorney assert their rights. The bill enforces a victim's right to an advocate. This would impose civil and administrative penalties on safe, ready health care facilities that refuse to follow existing and long-standing Texas law by not offering survivors the opportunity to have a trained rape crisis center advocate present during the forensic exam. With that, Mr. President, members, unless there are any questions, I move for suspension of regular order of business.
Members, Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute Senate Bill 761. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 761. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 761 relating to rights of crime victims, including the enforcement of certain rights of sexual assault victims.
Members, there is an amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
For amendment number 1 by Hinojosa of
Senator Hinojosa on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. This is just a clarifying amendment. As we heard from stakeholders, including child advocacy centers, that the current language may unintentionally capture child cases of sexual assault. This could not align with best practices and could alter the natural disclosure process for child victims of sexual assault. This amendment simply ensures that consistent language is set out throughout the Section 5 of the bill. With that, Mr. President, I move adoption.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection to adopting floor amendment number 1? Hearing and seeing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment.
Member, Senator Hinojosa moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hinojosa, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I so move.
Member, Senator Hinojosa moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 761. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 761 relating to rights of crime victims, including the enforcement of certain rights of sexual assault victims.
Senator Hinojosa, recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of committee substitute Senate Bill 761.
Member, Senator Hinojosa moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 761. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco,
There
Campbell.
being 30 ayes and 1 nay, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Hinojosa.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider Senate Bill 1018.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, at this time, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 1018. Members, currently, under the Transportation Code, the comptroller receives a portion of the fees collected from state traffic fines. Of those fees collected by the comptroller, 70% is deposited to the credit of the undedicated portion of the GR fund, 30% to the credit of the Designated Trauma Facility and Emergency Medical Services account, also known as GRD account 5111. Unfortunately, revenue deposited into this account has declined in recent years while costs for trauma care have increased. To address this, Senate Bill 1018 proposes to reduce the percentage of traffic fine revenue deposited to the General Revenue Fund from 70 to 50%. Correspondingly, the percentage directed to the Designated Trauma Facility and Emergency Medical Services account is proposed to increase from 30 to 50%. This results in about 15 to 16 million per year being allocated to the GRD dedicated fund. We need to increase this funding and keep it steady to provide for good emergency medical services and trauma care in the state of Texas. I move to suspend.
Members, Senator Huffman moves suspension of the regular order of business. Senate Bill 1018. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1018. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1018 relating to distribution of state traffic fine revenue received from the controller.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment of Senate Bill 1018.
Members, Senator Huffman moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Members, Senator Huffman moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
There being 29 ayes and 2 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1018. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1018 relating to distribution of state traffic fine revenue received by the controller.
Senator Huffman, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of Senate Bill 1018.
Members, Senator Huffman moves final passage Senate Bill 1018. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bencourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
There being 29 ayes and 2 nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business. Take up and consider Senate Bill 995.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspend the regular order of business for Senate Bill 995. Members, the surety bond issue, anytime a heavyweight vehicle leaves a non-state highway and crosses a road that's maintained by TxDOT and goes to the other side, they have to have a surety bond and those big overweights. Currently, those are issued at the comptroller's office. The comptroller's office really doesn't deal with that kind of stuff. TxDOT on a routine basis does surety type bonds on other areas. And so Senate Bill 995 just moves it from the comptroller's office, who had asked us to do this, over to TxDOT that does it on a routine basis. It speeds it up and it's better government. And so with that, I move to suspend the regular order of business of Senate Bill 995.
Member Senator Nichols moves suspension of the regular order of business, Senate Bill 995. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 995. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 995 relating to the approval of a surety bond for a contract authorizing an oversized or overweight vehicle to cross a road or highway.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move passage to engrossment of Senate 995.
Member Senator Nichols moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I move we suspend the 3-day rule.
Member Senator Nichols moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
Being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 995. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 995 relating to the approval of a surety bond for a contract authorizing an oversized or overweight vehicle to cross a road or highway.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized for a motion.
I move final passage of Senate Bill 995.
Members, Senator Nichols moves final passage of Senate Bill 995. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
Being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill's finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Perry, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 502.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 502 seeks to allow OIG law enforcement peace officers to be included in the Schedule C pay salaries. With that, I move to suspend the regular order of business, Senate Committee Substitute Senate Bill 502.
Members, Senator Perry moves suspension of regular order of business. Committee substitute Senate Bill 502. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute Senate Bill 502. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 502 relating to peace officers commissioned by the Health and Human Services Commission's Office of Inspector General.
Senator Perry, recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Perry moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Perry, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Move to suspend constitutional 3-day rule.
Members, Senator Perry moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 502. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 502 relating to peace officers commissioned by the Health and Human Services Commission's Office of Inspector General.
Senator Perry, recognized for a motion.
Move final passage, Committee Substitute Senate Bill 502.
Members, Senator Perry moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 502. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
There being 31 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 1379.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 1379. Fraud has a significant impact on the lives of Texans and the institutions that serve them and costs the state millions of dollars every year. Senate Bill 1379 increases the criminal penalties for forgery by amending Section 32.21 of the Penal Code. This bill is intended to deter forgery by making the consequences more severe, reflecting the seriousness of the crime and its impact on individuals and institutions. Most offenses will be elevated from a Class A misdemeanor to a state jail felony, and the offense is elevated from a state jail felony to a third degree. If the offense involves a will, a codicil, a deed of trust, mortgage, security investment, security agreement, credit card, check, authorization to debit an account at a financial institution, or similar site order for payment of money, contract, release, or other commercial instruments. With that, I move suspension of the Senate's regular order of business.
Members, Senator Flores moves suspension of the regular order of business, Senate Bill 1379. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading, Senate Bill 1379. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1379 relating to increasing the criminal penalties for forgery.
Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator Flores moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be heard on 3 several days.
Members, Senator Flores moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
Being 29 ayes and 2 nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage Senate Bill 1379. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1379 relating to increasing the criminal penalties for forgery.
Senator Flores, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage, Senate Bill 1379.
Members, Senator Flores moves final passage Senate Bill 1379. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
29 ayes and 2 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator Flores.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator West, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 213.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, at this time, I move to suspend the regular order of business to take up committee substitute Senate Bill 213. Members, this particular bill, here's the problem. The problem is that some insurance companies in the state of Texas require that as a condition in order to renew, listen to this, your home insurance, that you've got to also bundle your auto insurance. This particular bill makes certain that that type of policy does not exist in the state of Texas, and this ends up becoming the law of the state of Texas. You cannot force a consumer. I need to talk louder. I'm talking louder now. The fact is that there's been some policies in the state of Texas that requires that as a condition to renew your homeowner's insurance that you have to bundle your auto insurance with that insurance company. This particular bill would prohibit that type of conduct by insurance companies.
Members, Senator West moves suspension of regular order of business. Committee substitute Senate Bill 213. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, rules suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute Senate Bill 213. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 213 relating to prohibiting insurers from requiring the tying of residential property and personal automobile insurance policies.
Senator West, recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Members, Senator West moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing and seeing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator West, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Members, Senator West moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 30 ayes and no nays, the rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage committee substitute Senate Bill 213. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 213 relating to prohibiting insurers from requiring the tying of residential property and personal automobile insurance policies.
Senator West, recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, we're final passage for committee substitute Senate Bill 213.
Members, Senator West moves final passage. Committee substitute Senate Bill 213. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There being 30 ayes and no nays, the bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator West.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kolkhorst, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider Senate Bill 315.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business and take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 315. Members, Senate Bill 315 is a critical step in protecting the rights of every Texan. The bill is a refile from last session, which was Senate Bill 2086, which unfortunately did not make it all the way to the governor's desk, but made it out of this chamber, I believe, unanimously. Just last week, this was voted unanimously out of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee again. At its core, this bill promotes protection and national security. Today, an individual's DNA can be shipped, tested, and sold to unauthorized third parties, all within a matter of minutes, from disease predisposition to unknown biological relatives. Everything about a person can be mapped, sold, and potentially used against them. A lot of these examples, if you know the data breach from 23andMe, the DOJ has now issued a warning urging people to stop submitting DNA samples due to growing security risk. There are additional ethical concerns regarding polygenic scores, also known as genetic risk scores, used to predict disease and intelligence. Experts remain wary of the connection between DNA testing and eugenics, discrimination, and economic inequality. Today, the average Texan has little protection or understanding of their rights over genetic information. Members, I would say that our DNA is the most valuable thing we own and therefore deserves the strongest protections. As I've traveled throughout the district and the state, if you ask someone, do you own your own DNA, and they answer yes, they are incorrect in the state of Texas. So SB 315 does three things. First, it recognizes an individual's DNA as protected property right under the Texas Property Code. Second, it grants the Attorney General authority to seek civil damages or injunctive relief if that right is violated. And last, it establishes a Class A misdemeanor for those who would violate the provisions of this bill. With that, Mr. President, I move to suspend the regular order of business, and I do have a clarifying amendment which we have worked with MD Anderson on.
Members, any objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out in second reading. Senate Bill 315. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 315 relating to a property right in DNA.
There is an amendment. Following amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Colcourse.
Senator Colcourse, on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I'm offering this amendment to provide clarity regarding the use of DNA and genetic information under special circumstances for the purposes of medical research. This amendment is a result of collaborative discussions with MD Anderson to ensure that this bill does not hinder critical medical research. At the same time, it guarantees that individuals are fully informed about the scope of their consent to providing their DNA and genetic information. The floor amendment does one thing. It ensures that DNA or genetic information collected can only be used for the specific purposes that the individual has agreed to in the informed written consent document.
No, we can wait.
With that, Mr. President, I move adoption.
Any objection? Hearing none. Amendment is adopted. You recognize suspend to passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of Senate Bill 315 to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. Chair now lays out third. We're going to suspend the 3-day rule first. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
31 ayes, no nays. The rule is suspended. Chair now lays out third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 315. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 315 relating to a property right in DNA.
You're recognized on final.
I move final passage, Mr. President, of Senate Bill 315.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
31 ayes, no nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Hall, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Currently, state law provides that a parent is entitled to access all the written records of a school district concerning their child, including attendance records, test scores, grades, disciplinary records, counseling records, psychological records, admission applications, health and immunization information, teacher and school counselor evaluation reports. But in practice, schools are not always forthcoming with this information, and parents have reported to my office difficulty obtaining their students' records, which they are entitled to by law. This bill will simply ensure that a parent is entitled access to all electronic records concerning their child, in addition to the written records already specified in the statute. Additionally, this bill would also require a school district to obtain written parental consent before administering a student well-being questionnaire, healthcare screening forms, or survey to a student, in addition to the consent required to conduct a psychological examination, test, or statement. In closing, this bill reaffirms a parent's right to access all physical or digital records pertaining to their student and to grant or to withhold consent for various evaluations. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Hall moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 112. Is there objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 112. Is there any objection? Hearing, where are we?
No, I haven't read it yet.
Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 112 relating to parental rights in public education.
Senator Hall, you recognized for a motion.
Move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hall moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none. The bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Hall, you recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Hall moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
29 ayes and 2 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 112. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 112 relating to parental rights in public education.
Senator Hall, you recognized for a motion.
Move final passage of Senate Bill 112, Mr. President.
So Senator Hall moves final passage of Senate Bill 112. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
29 ayes and 2 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Betancourt, you recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 990.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Senate Bill 990 seeks to amend the Texas Criminal Code procedure to allow defendants convicted of capital murder of a child older than 10 but younger than 15 to be eligible for the death penalty. There's a gap in the law that was created apparently by some legislation that needs to be fixed, because we've heard just horrific stories, especially in the last few years, of just horrible murders of 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary and many other examples where these young innocents, for lack of a better description, have been murdered by just horrible actors out in the public. And unfortunately, in the case of Jocelyn Nungary, the district attorney could not originally file a death penalty charge. It had to be with forensic evidence that she was sexually assaulted by her killers. And the additional aggravating factor was the sole reason why the prosecution could pursue the death penalty. It should not take an additional horrific crime over the horrific death of an innocent to have Texas children killed and then and their killers not to receive the death penalty. And by amending the statute, we allow prosecutors to seek the death penalty in these cases. And with that, Mr. President, members, I'd be happy to answer any questions. I am going to take a clarifying amendment because, unfortunately, Jocelyn was not the first, and there's so many, but there was a prior case of Lauren's Law, and we're making sure that her section of the code make sure that her name is still in the code. So with that, move suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 990.
Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 990. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
26 ayes and 5 nays. The rule is suspended. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 990. The Secretary read the caption.
Senate Bill 990 relating to increasing the punishment for certain conduct constituting the offense of murder.
There is an amendment. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized on the amendment. Secretary to read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Betancourt.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized on the amendment.
This is the amendment I mentioned in the layout, that by striking this line and keeping the sections of the bill accordingly, Lauren's law will be stayed in code. With that, I move adoption.
Is there any objection to the floor amendment number 1? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage and engrossment of Senate Bill 990.
Senator Betancourt moves passage to engrossment. There is objection. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
26 ayes and 5 nays. The bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the 3-day rule. Secretary will call the roll.
Judy.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There be 26 ayes and 5 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 990. The Secretary read the caption.
Senate Bill 990 relating to increasing the punishment for certain conduct constituting the offense of murder.
Senator Betancourt, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I hope with this bill is passed by the Senate and by the House and signed into law by the governor, that the word will get around that if you kill our kids in Texas, you're not just going to do time. It may cost you the death penalty. And with that, I move final passage of Senate Bill 990.
Senator Betancourt moves final passage of Senate Bill 990. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
26 ayes and 5 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 973.
Thank you so much, Mr. President and members. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 973. Members, Senate Bill 973 would increase efficiency and reduce bureaucratic barriers for property owners and appraisal districts by allowing appraisal districts to post an exterior sketch of a property and a street-level photograph of a property online. This would enable property owners to more easily compare when protesting their appraisals with other like-situated properties. I want to emphasize that these sketches do not depict any points of entry like doors or windows. And the photograph is an exterior photograph from the street, just like you would see on Google Maps. Currently, appraisal districts can provide this information to property owners, but the property owner must request this via an open records request, which is cumbersome, particularly if a property owner wants to see several different properties' information so that they can compare for their own contest of their appraised value. The language was originally put in place to protect the privacy of property owners. However, this information is so easily accessible on the internet and in person at this point that it is an advantage to property owners to be able to have an apples-to-apples comparison provided through the appraisal district. SB 973 would help reduce the workload of appraisal districts processing these requests and increase transparency for property owners. I will add that Senator Springer passed this bill last session with unanimous support of this body. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Eckhart moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 973. Is there objection? Hearing none, rules are suspended. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 973. The Secretary read the caption.
Senate Bill 973 relating to the prohibition on posting on the internet information held by an appraisal district regarding certain residential property.
Senator Eckhart, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Urquhart moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Urquhart, you are recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Mr. President, I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills must be heard on 3 several days.
Senator Urquhart moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
29 ayes and 2 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage of Senate Bill 973. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 973, relating the prohibition on posting on the internet information held by an appraisal district regarding certain residential property.
Senator Urquhart, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Urquhart moves final passage of Senate Bill 973. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
29 ayes, 2 nays. The bill is finally passed. Congratulations, Senator.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you so much, members.
Senator Schwertner, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on a committee substitute for Senate Bill 815.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 815. Members, this bill is about artificial intelligence and its utilization in health insurance. Health insurers are aggressively adopting artificial intelligence to increase efficiency, but there have been concerns they are also utilizing artificial intelligence in an inappropriate way to boost profits at the direct expense of patient care. This unchecked use of AI has created an environment lacking transparency and accountability, putting Texans' health and lives at serious risk. Without strong regulation, insurers can't exploit AI-driven algorithms, systemically prioritizing their financial gains over the well-being of patients. Automated systems can also be designed to deny, delay, or minimize coverage unfairly, forcing patients to fight for their medical care that they need and are properly entitled to under their insurance contract. Senate Bill 815 confronts this potential misuse, by placing regulatory guardrails against insurers' use of AI, explicitly banning its use for making harmful medical coverage decisions against patients. In response to stakeholders' feedback during the hearing and working with members on the potential for unintended impact, I'll be offering a floor amendment that allows for the utilization of algorithms, AI systems, and automated decision systems for efficiency and fraud detection functions. Furthermore, HHSC and TDI have both concurred with its interpretation, and the amendment also removes the requirement that all claims be reviewed by a physician of the same or similar specialty. Again, members, this bill speaks to the concern that Texans need when it comes to protecting their health and safety when health insurers utilize artificial intelligence in their decision-making for prior authorizations. With that, Mr. President, I'll be happy to answer any questions or move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Gutierrez, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Certainly.
Senator Schwertner, yield.
Senator, I think this is a great bill, and I think that everybody should understand the importance of this to their constituents. Texas insurance companies and insurance companies across the country are denying people coverage, are they not? In many instances.
There have been serious reports of that, both and actions taken both in the media as well as at a federal level and in other states.
And while I'm not a physician, there are physicians in this room that when you have a patient before you, that patient is before you, you have the knowledge, the skill, the training to be able to evaluate that patient, and yet insurance companies through AI are coming in and telling you, no, that procedure isn't necessary, or you shouldn't do that, or you should do this. Is that what you're trying to curb here?
There is the concern that insurance companies in their prior authorization procedures are misusing artificial intelligence to more algorithmically and systematically deny decisions and procedures and evaluations of imaging studies in the prior authorization determination by health insurance.
Well,
so yes, it is a misuse by health insurance, and this bill tries to put some guardrails around that potential in Texas.
Well, I think it's a good bill. I think everybody should know the importance of it to their Texas patients, their constituents, the understanding that doctors know best. You're not trying to pad your pockets, but those insurance companies surely are. You know your patients best. You know the care that needs to happen, and these types of prior authorizations by financial folks and by computers that tell you what you should and shouldn't do is just simply wrong. So I applaud you on this.
I appreciate your words. Senator, I agree with you that whenever a person has a health insurance card, it should be more than just a piece of plastic they hold in their pocket.
Senator Hinojosa of Hidalgo, for what purpose?
Well, Senator Schwartner, yield for a couple of questions.
Senator Schwartner, will you yield?
I yield, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support the bill. I really think it's very, very much needed. Even patients like myself, if I have a regular medication that I get prescribed every month automatically by a doctor, 90-day prescription, they can deny you without an explanation. And then you have to go through a long-winded, traveling, winding process just to try to get an actual doctor or a person to review a prescription and check off on it. In the meantime, you're without medication for 30 days, 6 weeks, however long it takes for them to go through a process. So it is really an abusive process in many ways that really needs to, as you said, place some guardrails so that people can get the medication without having to deal with just artificial intelligence that really are not a real doctor. So I really thank you for Senate Bill 815.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your words. It is an uneven playing field, in my opinion, at this time when it comes to determinations that are very serious when it comes to a patient wanting and needing, whether it's a study or a procedure or a medication. This prior authorization is systematically and arbitrarily being utilized by certain health insurers to pad their bottom line and increase profits at the expense of those patients.
Thank you, Senator Schwartner. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Schwartner moves suspension of the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 815. There is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Wardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores.
25 ayes and 5 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 815. Secretary to read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 815 relating the use of certain automated systems or personnel in and certain adverse determinations made in connection with the health benefit claims process.
There is an amendment. Secretary to read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Schwartner.
Senator Schwartner, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment refines the language to remove any cost uncertainty and focus exclusively on adverse determinations. Specifically, the amendment first removes the requirement that all claims be reviewed by a physician of the same or similar specialty. The amendment explicitly protects the use of algorithms and AI systems for administrative and fraud detection functions. And lastly, the amendment states that the explanation of benefits disclosure requirement is removed in the bill. With that, I move adoption of the amendment.
Senator Kolkhorst, for what purpose?
To ask the senator a question.
Senator Schwartner, do you yield?
I yield.
Thank you. Senator, thank you for working with us on this and other members in our concern. And just point of clarification, that as we move forward on fraud, waste, and abuse, that we still can use AI. We don't know where it's going to go, obviously, but the algorithms we've been using for probably 30 years now. So what you were able to do in your amendment is clarify that we're going to be able to use that, whether that's the OIG or even, health insurance. Not everyone's a good actor in this system. And then finally, you took out what could be some cost drivers in the bill by striking Section 1 and Section 2, correct?
That's right. That's exactly what the amendment does. And I know your office has been given information from both TDI and HHSC, but TDI has specifically said that the floor amendment clarifies that nothing in the bill prohibits the use of those named tools for fraud detection.
Good. Excellent. Well, thank you so much. I know, again, as we learned in the interim through your committee in Business and Commerce, AI is ever evolving. It can be a real tool but it can also be a detriment. And so striking that balance as we move forward, very important. You know, in so many people say AI is going to be such a benefit to health and other areas of our life, but like you said, we still want doctors making decisions and making those recommendations, prior authorization. If a doctor feels like someone needs that procedure or needs that prescription, it should be that person, but then on the back end and in other ways, we can still see the patterns. When, for example, I remember one time a dentist was seeing 40 patients an hour. That's not possible. That's literally not possible. And so those tools are still available, whether it's through the Medicaid program or a health plan, because if somebody's you know, committing fraud or waste or abuse in any way, it costs all of us, whether, you know, not just in Medicaid, but it costs us in all of our health insurance as well.
Yes, I agree with you completely, Senator. I do hope that this bill does go on the opposite side. The health insurers, there has been obviously media reports, as you know, congressional investigations and hearings regarding systematic utilization of AI to place patients in a certain bucket of denial, and then that denial group essentially auto-approved by that physician that works for that insurance company. And that's just wrong. There should be a person helping at the end making that decision instead of just approving what a computer spits out.
I agree. You know, again, a tool, but in the end, we don't want machines running our lives.
I don't want to be controlled by a machine, and I don't think any patient in the state of Texas deserves health care that is arbitrarily decided by a machine.
Well, thank you for your clarity in this amendment. And, you know, while you and I had many discussions in committee, I'll be voting for this bill, and I voted to suspend. So appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that.
Questions on the adoption of floor amendment number 1? Any objection? The amendment is adopted. Senator Shorten, you recognize passage on engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage and engrossment, committee substitute Senate Bill 815 as amended.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You recognize suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The constitutional 3-day. I'm sorry, 30 ayes, 1 present, not voting. The constitutional 3-day rule still passes. Chair lays out committee substitute for Senate Bill 815. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 815 relating the use of certain automated systems or personnel in and adverse determinations made in connection with the health benefit claims process.
You recognize on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage, committee substitute Senate Bill 815.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Bettencourt, Birdwell.
30 ayes, 1 present, not voting. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hancock, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 925.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the regular order of business and take up and consider Senate Bill 925 at this time relating to the certain agreements with collective bargaining organizations relating to the certain publicly funded public work contracts. This bill would expand the prohibition of discriminating based on labor agreements to include local governments, money, governmental administered financial assistance, and money from ratepayers and user fees. The intent is to allow the competitive market to work and that the bidding process would be executed by government contracts in a fair and equal measure. I move suspension.
Secretary will call Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the
Do you yield?
officer?
I yield.
Thank you so much, Senator Hancock. Why do you seek to prohibit preferences for contracting with organizations that have agreements regarding workplace conditions?
This just simply to expand the contract and the offerings with the RFP, especially where taxpayers are involved, to make sure everyone can participate.
Are you aware that Texas rates highest among the states in the United States for worker deaths overall?
Yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with an RFP.
If an RFP does have a requirement that there be certain workplace conditions included, it may.
Well, it may, but there's no certainty, so that's really not what this bill is about.
How else would an RFP require certain workplace conditions except through these agreements?
That doesn't mean it couldn't be considered. It just couldn't be restraining an RFP, prohibiting people from participating in the RFP.
So a governmental entity could not have an RFP that says, look, we're only going to contract with entities that have this level of workplace safety?
They can view that at a later time in approving the RFP, but the RFP must be open to all participants.
So consequently, under the Purchasing Act, they'll have to go with the lower bidder or the most qualified, irrespective of whether or not they have workplace safeties in place?
They can go with the most qualified, and I'm assuming that workplace safety would be part of that qualification.
Thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Secretary will call the roll on suspension.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
Sorry that I stepped on you there. 20 ayes and 11 nays. The rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 925. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 925 relating to certain agreements with collective bargaining organizations related to certain publicly funded public work contracts.
You recognize on passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
20 ayes, 11 nays. The bill passes to engrossment. You'll have to hold there unless you find 5
Yes,
friends.
we stop right here.
That's a lot. Senator Zaffirini, you recognized on Senate Bill 1532 to suspend the regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business in order to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1532 relating to the information required to be posted by the Texas Water Development Board on the board's internet website regarding the use of the State Water Implementation Fund for Texas. Members, this is a bill that would align SWIFT with the other board financial programs and would reduce redundancy, allowing the agency to allocate resources more efficiently. Mr. President, I move suspension.
We like your short layouts. Any objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. And members, you should take a hint. That's why she passes 100 bills a session. Short layouts, no one knows what she said. We're moving right down the road. Chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 1532. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1532, relating to the information required to be posted by the Texas Water Development Board on the board's internet website regarding the use of the State Water Implementation Fund for Texas.
You're recognized on engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be heard on 3 several days.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes and no nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 1532. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 1532, relating to the information required to be posted by the Texas Water Development Board on the board's internet website regarding the use of the State Water Implementation Fund for Texas.
The description is longer than your entire layout. You're recognized on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
No surprise, 31 ayes, no nays. Bill's finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And I think for the compliment, Mr. President, I'm not sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
If everyone would follow your lead, especially when they have 31 votes. You don't need a long layout, right, Senator Alvarado? You have 31 votes. Here it is. Here's what it does. It's a lot of hours of our life during a session spent on long layouts, 2 bills that are going to pass unanimously. And that would be a bipartisan problem. Welcome everyone who's visiting in the gallery today. I know a lot of what we're doing here seems confusing, so are we, so it's okay. It's okay. Senator Blanco, you're recognized on committee substitute for Senate Bill 896, suspend the regular order of business. Senator Hinojosa, can you come up? Senator Adam Hinojosa, come up. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Mr. President, I move suspension of the Senate regular order of business to take up and consider at this time committee substitute to Senate Bill 896. This simply extends the time period for parents to enroll their newborn into a health insurance plan from 31 days to 60 days. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Members, is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. Okay.
Fall for it every time. Nice freshman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, never fails, does it, Senator? Where are we? Chair lays out on second reading, committee substitute for Senate Bill 896. You give them a rubber gavel and they can't tell the difference. It's amazing. You're recognized on passage to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of committee substitute Senate Bill 896 to engrossment.
Any objections? Please read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 896, relating to the enrollment period for newborns under certain health benefit plans.
Motion is on engrossment. Any objections? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be read on 3 several days.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt,
31 ayes, no nays. Rule suspended. Chair lays out third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 896. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 896, relating to the enrollment period for newborns under certain health benefit plans.
You're recognized on final.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of committee substitute Senate Bill 896.
Secretary, call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Birdwell, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 1198.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 1198 Members, the bill adds spaceports to the list of designated critical infrastructure facilities for which the legislature has given additional protection from individuals who may engage in impairing, interruption, obstruction, or destruction of such facilities. Excuse me. The bill specifically includes property or facilities for spaceflight activities to be covered by the critical infrastructure protections that are used for the launch, landing, recovery, or testing of spacecraft, so long as they are licensed by the Federal Aviation Administration or operated by Spaceport Development Corporation. I move suspension, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out on second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 1198. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1198, relating to the designation of spaceports as critical infrastructure facilities for purposes of criminal and civil liability.
You're recognized for passage to engrossment.
Move passage to engrossment, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Bill passed to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
31 ayes, no nays. The rules are suspended. The constitutional 3-day rule is suspended. Chair lays out on third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 1198. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 1198, relating to the designation of spaceports as critical infrastructure facilities for purposes of criminal and civil liability.
You're recognized on final passage.
Move final passage, Mr. President.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell.
30 ayes, 1 nay. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members.
Senator Campbell, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for 24.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 24. In the words of President Reagan, 1961, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. Bless you. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on to them to do the same. An American poet, William Rose Wallace, wrote, "The hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world." Khrushchev used parts of that phrase. This is all about the children. The best way to protect freedom, members, is to have a good understanding of what threatens it. This bill requires that public schools teach 4th through 12th grade students about the perils of communism. Students would learn about the tactics used by communist movements, historical events, and atrocities attributed to the communist regimes like those in Cuba, South America, and the former Soviet Union. As part of these lessons, the curriculum shall seek input from first-person accounts, if possible, as victims of the communist regime. This is about teaching to and preserving the principles of freedom and democracy for all Texans. And Mr. President, I move to suspend the regular order of business.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
28 ayes, 3 nays. Rules are suspended. Chair lays out in second reading committee substitute for Senate Bill 24. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 24, relating to the inclusion of an understanding of communist regimes and ideologies in the essential knowledge and skills for the social studies curriculum for certain public school students.
Members, the amendment, following amendment. Secretary will read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by Eckhart.
Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President, to offer the amendments to this bill.
You recognize?
Thank you so much. Today, 5 countries would likely be considered communist: China, Cuba, Laos, North Korea, and Vietnam. I completely agree with how important it is to teach about the historic horrors of communism, but I also believe that it is important to arm our children with an understanding of the modern equivalents and the threats that democracy faces today. For instance, China, the country with the most influence in this group, under current analysis, has embraced capitalist economy, but it is still considered communist due to its suppression of political dissent. The political dissent being the important modern exhibition of a communist country. Public education, a critical pillar of our democracy, should promote critical thinking and free expression, safeguard against tyranny and its enthusiastic suppression of dissent. And I know we agree on that. Like communism, another extreme political ideology, and of course ideologies, they change their labels from time to time, but another ideology that threatens our current modern-day democracies is fascism, which is commonly described as dictatorial power, extreme nationalism, militarism, racism, and suppression of political opposition through official means such as the military, deputizing hate through paramilitary groups, and state sanctions on free expression. So it is so important to teach our children well what to look for with regard to what would threaten our democracy. Understanding fascism is imperative for understanding communism and how we defend against such extremism that threatens civil society. 2 ideologies defined themselves against each other in the aftermath of World War I and the Great Depression, which both impacted Europe, Latin America, and Asia. Students cannot fully understand one without the other, communism and fascism, as well as the symptoms of both, just in case they come under a different name. Historic examples of fascism include Hitler, Benito Mussolini, Francisco Franco, and modern threats include President Putin in Russia, President Erdogan in Turkey, Prime Minister Orban in Hungary, Prime Minister Modi in India, former President Bolsonaro in Brazil, and currently we see some elements of symptoms of fascism creeping into our US democracy as well, where violence is encouraged against political opponents, and I hope we would all agree that the ability of free expression of opinions and beliefs is not only a democratic value, but an American value. So what this amendment does is it simply adds that the ideologies of communism and fascism, contrasted with the United States founding principles of pluralism and freedom of religion, would also be included, and that modern threats to the United States and its allies posed by communist regimes and ideologies, as well as fascist regimes and ideologies, be taught. It's just to expand on the definition, because as we know, things come under different titles over time. And fascism would expand it to include these symptoms of anti-democratic governments.
Senator Campbell.
Thank you, sir. Well, Senator Eckhart, I agree that does expand the bill, and that's what I'm trying to avoid. Everything you've said about fascism is true. That's true. But by adding something different other than communism, it actually expands the bill and can end up making it a Christmas tree, or perhaps not even, get through because it violates a 2-subject rule. I just know because it's different that it can expand the bill, and it's timely that you said it expands it, because you're exactly right. I prefer to see what comes out with SBOE and make sure we get the communism down. And then next session, let's work together and we can put in some fascism. So thank you, Senator Eckhart. I'll say
Senator
no.
Menendez, I did not see your light. Do you have, did you want to ask a question?
Yes, please, a question to the author of the amendment.
Okay, she's not accepted it, but you can feel free if you want to have a discussion.
I just had a couple of questions very quickly.
Senator Eckhart, do you yield?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Eckhart. The reason I asked the question, I was looking at the analysis of the bill, and in the bill it talks about, the Ukrainian famine, the Holocaust, Soviet political purges, Pol Pot, and communist guerrilla movements in Latin America. And most of those communist dictatorships that ended up coming, whether it was Fidel Castro or the others that you mentioned, they all have that fascism, that authoritarian, ultranationalist political ideology that was characterized by a dictatorial leader, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of oppression, and a belief in a social hierarchy. So it was your amendment, in my opinion, doesn't seem to change the nature. It just seems to expand in the sense that we can't ignore the same threats to democracy just because they've changed their label. Is that what you're trying to do?
Absolutely. Communism is more often described as an economic policy, but communism in its extreme forms, which I think is what Senator Campbell is going after, is a subcategory of fascism. A communist or a capitalist society can fall into fascism. Fascism's hallmarks are a racist ideology, armed militias, suppression of speech, suppression of voting, suppression of religion. Really, it's the traits of fascism that I believe that Senator Campbell is really after. Communism may be fascist. It may not be. I do not subscribe to communism, whether it's an economic policy or whether it has become fascist. But I think really it's the fascist aspect of communism that we really need to guard against with regard to our democracy.
Yeah, and as I read the bill, and after it lists the different examples of the historical events and countries and places where the suppression, it gets to G, item G on 52, and it says the oppression and suffering experienced by people living under communist regimes, including mass murder, violent land seizures, show trials, concentration camps, forced labor, poverty, general economic deterioration, and a comparative analysis of ideologies of communism and totalitarianism contrasted with the United States' founded principles of freedom and democracy. So all you're simply doing is adding something that would actually, I think, enhance what the bill is trying to make sure that we teach young people that we have to value our democracy and that it could be easily eroded even under a different banner. A banner that maybe seems familiar to them, maybe doesn't seem all that strange. And so what you're saying is you need to guard against losing the democracy, losing your rights, your civil rights, and your. So I appreciate your amendment. I'm sorry that Senator Campbell wouldn't accept it because I believe it does make the bill better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your questions.
Members, the vote is on the amendment. Secretary. Senator Campbell, I believe you finished.
I did finish, and the amendment is not acceptable.
Yes. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado. Betancourt. Birdwell. Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagenbu, Hall, Hancock, Hinojosa Nueces, Hinojosa Hidalgo, Huffman, Hughes, Johnson, King, Colcourse, Menendez, Middleton, Miles, Nichols, Parker, Paxton, Perry, Schwertner, Sparks, West, Zaffarini,
If you're in the back,
Betancourt, Creighton, Miles, Paxton, Schwertner, West,
(16 no votes, 9 yes votes). The amendment fails. Members, we're just setting the standard. If you're not on the floor on an amendment, the vote doesn't count. Okay? Setting the standard. You are recognized on passage to engrossment.
So moved. Passage to engrossment.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco.
28 ayes and 3 nays. The bill passes to engrossment. You're recognized to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
I move suspension of the 3-day rule.
That would be the constitutional. Because we have a constitution in this country.
Because we have a constitution.
And communist countries do not.
We do not have communism here.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
28 ayes, 3 nays. Constitutional 3-day rule is passed. Is suspended. The chair now lays out in third reading and final passage. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 24. Secretary, read the caption.
Committee substitute Senate Bill 24 relating to the inclusion of an understanding of communist regimes and ideologies in the essential knowledge and skills for the social studies curriculums.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. To make a statement on the bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Senator Campbell, as we've discussed, your bill is quite good. The academic outline it contains is quite good. I think we would all be pleased and proud for our children to learn the subjects that it teaches. Communism, I think as we all know, does not serve human needs. In fact, it's contrary to human nature. And because it's contrary to human nature, it has only ever been maintained through brutal and murderous regimes. Not merely through authoritarian regimes, but totalitarian rule. And no free people should live in ignorance of the historical events of communist regimes, nor should any nation tolerate an ongoing threat of communism. It is important to teach this in our schools. As I said, the bill outline is excellent. It's thorough. It's very thorough. In fact, it's so thorough that it does raise some questions. It raises the question of to what extent this legislature is going to write the public school curriculum. We do have a state board of education, and while it says too little, it might also say too much. So let's visit both of those things. Our schools are already teaching this subject. We do have a state board of education. And not only are our schools teaching history, they teach English, they teach literature. And if you really want students to feel what a failure, how contrary to human nature communism is, they teach George Orwell's Animal Farm. And a little later on, when they're ready to handle the big stuff, the scary, truly scary stuff, they teach George Orwell's 1984. And you can memorize sets of statistics, but you don't feel them the way you do when you read Animal Farm in 1984. So I hope that our schools don't take this very exhaustive list of curriculum and think that's all we need to teach them. I want kids to experience it as they read the book so they really remember it. But it does call into question to what lengths we are to go in writing curriculum and what will we do next session should we just dispense with the State Board of Education? I don't think that would be efficient, and I think it should give us all a little bit of pause. But if we're going to be writing curriculum anyway, somewhat along the lines of what Senator Eckert was saying, despite the fact that this bill is exceedingly thorough, it stops short in some ways.
if we're going to write this curriculum, we might consider the fact that this bill says nothing about Benito Mussolini or Francisco Franco or Adolf Hitler or their fascist ideology or the tens of millions of people who were killed and the millions more of lives consigned to misery under their rule in the pursuit of communism and fascism. I'm sorry, not under the pursuit of communism, under their fascist ideologies. Altogether, the bill omits any reference to fascism, and this omission risks obscuring a more chilling and important truth, and that is that the greatest evil that we all face is totalitarianism, that evil that is visited upon the world in pursuit of communist and fascist ideologies. And it arises from the fact that neither communism nor fascism can prevail, can be sustained without suppressing the human spirit through brutal totalitarian rule. It says nothing also, as we move a little further and be more thoughtful about all of this, if it says nothing about how anti-communist zeal gave rise to the tragic period in American history of McCarthyism, how it may have affected the judgment of our national leaders in the Vietnam War. It says nothing about the noble efforts of former Vietnam War prisoners Senator John McCain and Ambassador Pete Peterson to normalize relations and for an economic partnership with Vietnam in the 1980s and the 1990s. Nor does it talk about the evolution of the Russian and Chinese forms of communism into a menacing and belligerent form of state capitalism. And so while it is important to teach our students the horrors of a century's worth of failed social experiments in communism, I think it's also important that we not cause them to limit their thinking to one set of horrifying statistics, that we encourage them to think broadly about all threats to our freedom and about the dangers of doing anything less. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Eckhart, what purpose?
To speak in opposition to the bill.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much, and I'll be brief because I don't want my vote to be misconstrued. I am voting against this bill, not because I'm a communist. I'm voting against this bill because it doesn't go far enough, and because, checking in with my own kids, we already teach the horrors of communism in our schools. And we can rely on the State Board of Education to provide the appropriate TEKS that are age appropriate to teach the horrors of communism. It's already there. But I do see a great need to teach our children not labels of, because it's going to come under different labels over time. Not the labels of communist or fascist or nationalist or totalitarian or authoritarian, but more importantly, to teach them the symptoms of these undemocratic threats. And those symptoms are the suppression of free speech, the suppression of the free exercise of religion based on one's own conscience, the suppression of the right to vote, the suppression of the freedom to assemble, the freedom to dissent, and the freedom to protest, particularly if that suppression is violent. These are the symptoms of anti-democratic regimes that we need to teach our children so that they can make the wisest decisions moving forward. The greatest legacy we give our children is a functioning democracy and the tools to keep it. As our founding fathers said when we passed our Constitution, which, by the way, is not an element of a democracy. There are many democracies that do not have a single written constitution, including the United Kingdom and Israel. But when the Constitution was finally passed at the Constitutional Congress, Ben Franklin said, "We have a republic if we can keep it." The way we keep it is teaching our children what the opposite of democracy looks like and what those symptoms are that we must root out in our own communities, not just in far-flung places 50 years ago. So thank you for the spirit of the bill. My no vote is because I believe we already do what the bill is exhorting our public schools to do. And I think it valuable to exhort them to do more.
Senator Campbell, you're finally recognized to
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Committee Substitute Senate Bill 24.
I'm sorry, Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
28 ayes and 3 nays. The bill is finally passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members.
And members, just to be clear, some of you have to be off the floor to meet or something of important business, and you leave your vote, but we don't know what your vote is on amendments. So when amendments come up, if you haven't let the secretary know, we can't vote you. So, Senator King, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 14.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill, Senate Bill 14, is about government efficiency. As filed, Senate Bill 14 would create a new regulatory efficiency office within the governor's office to provide needed assistance and direction in identifying rules that are no longer necessary or effective. Texas has the 5th largest number of rules and regulations of any state. In addition, the Regulatory Efficiency Office would assist in providing improved cost, benefit, and impact analyses to give the public more and better information about state rules. The bill would also create a new user-friendly web portal to give individuals and business owners the ability to search for rules and requirements applicable to their specific business activities, make sure things are one-stop research and navigable. The bill would also provide would also add a failure to produce a cost, benefit, impact analysis to the list of items for which a rule may be invalidated at court. And finally, to avoid any remaining confusion in state courts now that the Chevron doctrine has been overturned, the bill would codify the standard for judicial review of state agency interpretations of laws or rules to provide that state courts are not required to give any special consideration or deference to state agency interpretations of laws or rules. And Mr. President, once the rules are suspended, I have a floor substitute to offer that is the result of working with the governor's office and also the House to reduce the fiscal note and the number of FTEs required to stand up the agency, or the office rather. The floor amendment has been distributed, I believe, so that we can all be talking off the same document. I will say this, the floor substitute maintains the goal and spirit of the bill, which is to improve regulatory efficiency. And in the interest of efficiency, basically we deleted a whole lot in putting together the floor substitute. And with that, would move to suspend the regular order of business.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
25 ayes, 6 nays, rule suspended. Members, there is the chair lays out in second reading Senate Bill 14. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 14 relating to reforming the procedure by which state agencies adopt rules and impose regulatory requirements.
There is an amendment, members. The following amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 1 by King.
Senator, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I mentioned, the floor substitute removed the bill, a lot of items from the bill, which really, frankly, were not necessary to meet its intent. It removes the applicability of the Sunset Act to the Efficiency Office. Instead of a requirement to establish rule reduction goals, the floor amendment, floor substitute requires the Efficiency Office to coordinate with agencies to reduce or eliminate unnecessary or ineffective rules and reduce inefficiencies while still protecting the health and safety of Texans. It requires the Efficiency Office report to be sent to the Lieutenant Governor and the Speaker in addition to the Governor and the LBB. And it provides that the Efficiency Office, in order for their duties to be completed, it's only required if the legislature appropriates necessary funds. And that essentially is all that's in the floor substitute. Again, we removed a lot of language and broke it down to bare bones, and it is much more efficient. Move adoption.
Members, now we have amendments to the amendment before adopting the floor amendment. The following amendment. So is everybody clear? We're on the amendment to the amendment. Secretary, read the amendment.
Floor amendment number 2, amending floor amendment number 1 by Alvarado.
Senator Alvarado on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator King, you and I have had conversations. Originally, I had some concerns with your bill, and thank you for working with our office. I think this amendment and the other one I'm going to file, you will be accepting, and because of that, I will be voting for your bill. This amendment, members, requires the Regulatory Efficient Office to post the biannual report required under Section 465.0151 on a publicly accessible internet website in an easily identifiable and accessible location. Members, this is a transparency measure that will allow the public to see what exact recommendations the office is making to state agencies. I move adoption.
Senator King on the amendment.
Acceptable to the author.
Hold on. I see Senator Johnson confused or questioning. Senator Johnson, do you have a question?
Mr. President, can we back up? There are 2 amendments. Okay. All right, we thought you were going with the other amendment first. Okay.
Hold 1 minute.
No, you're right.
Senator Alvarado, can you come up for a second?
Yes.
Remember, Senator Alvarado is going to lay out this amendment that you're looking at to be sure everyone's on the same page.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I was told that we were going to present the other one first because it's the first one that comes up, the first section of the bill. So with that, I will lay out the one that is at your desk. This amendment merely clarifies that the Regulatory Efficiency Office cannot recommend the repeal of an agency rule, the purpose of which is to inform the public about rulemaking process or facilitate participation in that process by members of the public.
Senator King.
Acceptable to the author.
Okay. So now, members, any objection? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment To the amendment. Secretary, read the amendment to the amendment.
Floor Amendment Number 3, amending Floor Amendment Number 1 by Alvarado.
Senator Alvarado? You're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Take 2. Okay, I will restate what this amendment does. It requires the Regulatory Efficiency Office to post the biennial report required on a publicly accessible internet website in an easily identifiable and accessible location. Members, this is a transparency measure that will allow the public to see what exact recommendations the office is making to state agencies.
Senator King?
No objection, acceptable to the author.
Members, any objection? Hearing none, amendment is adopted. Now we are on floor amendment number 1 as amended. Senator Colcourse. Senator King, this is your amendment as amended.
Move to adopt the amendment as amended.
Any objection? Hearing none. The amendment as amended is adopted. Now you're recognized for passage to engrossment.
So move.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
26 ayes, 5 nays. The bill passes to engrossment. You recognize to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
26 ayes, 5 nays. Constitutional 3-day rule is suspended. Chair now lays out in third reading and final passage Senate Bill 14. Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 14, relating to reforming the procedure by which state agencies adopt rules and impose regulatory requirements.
You're recognized on final.
Move final passage.
Secretary will call the roll when ready.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
26 ayes and 5 nays. Bill's finally passed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good for government efficiency and saving taxpayers' dollars. The chair announces the signing of the following in presence of the Senate.
HCR 20, HCR 21, HCR 22, HCR 23, HCR 24, HCR 25, HCR 26, HCR 27, HCR 28, HCR 30, HCR 31, HCR 32, HCR 41, HCR 42, HCR 43, HCR 44, HCR 45, HCR 49, HCR 52, HCR 53, HCR 67, and HCR 73.
Senator Hughes, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on Senate Bill 1362.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move suspension of the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time Senate Bill 1362. Members, this bill deals with our Second Amendment rights. Well known to people here and across Texas and the country, the U.S. Second Amendment to the Constitution, and of course the correlative provisions in the Texas Constitution guarantee that right to keep and bear arms. Many Texans, most Texans avail themselves of that. I think we all acknowledge, and our history tells us, that whether an individual chooses to keep and bear arms or not, every citizen benefits from having an armed citizenry. There are a lot of reasons for that have been borne out throughout America's history and Texas history. Senate Bill 1362 deals with an aspect of those Second Amendment rights, and it prevents local development or enforcement of red flag laws. And of course, that's that situation where your firearms, a person's firearms can be taken away from them without due process of law. And so here are the key provisions. The bill prohibits government entities or officials from adopting or enforcing rules, ordinances, orders, policies, or measures regarding red flag orders unless they're specifically permitted by state law. Also ensures that any federal statute, order, rule, or regulation enforcing a red flag order that violates rights protected by the U.S. Constitution or the Texas Constitution are unenforceable and have no effect in Texas. And that's what the bill does. That's the heart of the bill. This is a difficult issue. I want to stress, if someone's been accused of a crime, if there is criminal law involvement, of course, that's not an issue here. And Texas law today and after this bill becomes law, if it becomes law, Texas law allows a law enforcement officer to take into custody someone who appears to be a danger, to take that person into custody. That's not affected by this bill. But this does affect constitutional rights that would otherwise be taken away without due process. And with that, I move suspension of the regular order of business.
Senator Gutierrez, what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Do you yield?
Of course, I'll yield.
Senator, if we could just begin by telling folks in the building how extreme risk protective orders work. Are you familiar with how they work in jurisdictions that have them?
I've read about how other states do it, and the general sense is, for our concern here, of course, is when they're done without due process, and that's really what this bill's about.
Well, in the states that have extreme risk protective orders, Senator, like Florida, you are aware, initiated extreme risk protective orders after the Parkland High School shootings. You're aware of that?
I didn't know that, but I believe you.
There's not a Republican sheriff in Florida that wants to go back to the way it was before. Do you know that?
I haven't spoken to any Florida sheriffs.
Republican sheriffs want them not only to stay, but they use them as a tool to keep violent people that are making threats from exercising those threats. You understand that?
I'm not familiar with Florida law, but I'll take your word for it, but I'm not familiar with how the Florida law works.
Let me explain how it works. Someone makes a threat. They say, I'm going to shoot up a classroom or a group of senators or whatever. They're known to have guns. Someone calls the sheriff or somebody in law enforcement that says there's something wrong here. The sheriff goes over to a judge. The judge drafts an order to take those guns temporarily and bring the guns and the person to the courthouse. That's due process, is it not?
That is process. Whether it's due process would be another question. There's a process, and that's encouraging.
We don't have these in Texas, do we? Extreme risk protective orders do not exist in the state of Texas.
The system you just described, we do not have in Texas. I believe that's correct.
We don't have any type of extreme risk protective order in Texas, do we?
We do have section 573.001 of the Health and Safety Code, which authorizes a peace officer, when they have serious concerns, there's not time to get a warrant, to act in those circumstances.
But that is not an extreme risk protective order.
No, we do not have what you just described. No, sir.
That is not an extreme risk protective order.
That's correct. We do not have that. That's what this bill's about.
And so we don't have one, so there is no problem. Is this bill a solution looking for a problem? Because we don't have any extreme risk protective orders to speak of.
We want to make sure that local jurisdictions Don't try to move in that area. As you know, there's a tension between the state and local and the state and federal governments. Comes up a lot. We're all for local control until we're not on any given issue. So this is to make sure that state policy is being consistent statewide.
So we know that extreme risk protective orders are here to curb a situation where someone is making violent threats and is known to have guns. That's what we know that jurisdictions have these. That's why they have them. Does the name Salvador Ramos mean anything to you?
Salvador Ramos. The name is familiar, but I confess I don't know any details.
He was the killer in Uvalde, Texas. He killed 19 kids and 2 teachers. Does that name ring a bell to you now?
Read a lot about him, heard a lot of testimony about what happened there. Yes, sir.
He was called the school shooter. Prior to him killing all those kids and those 2 teachers. Are you aware of that?
That he was called a school shooter? No, I was not.
Kids for years prior had called him the school shooter because he had made threats. Were you aware of that?
No, I was not aware of that.
He was called into the school counselor because they called him the school shooter. Were you aware of that?
So it sounds like you're describing conduct over a long period of time. When there's time for judicial intervention, it doesn't sound like, respectfully, you're describing the situation that we talked about the Florida bill being aimed at. Again, you're the expert, but I'm trying to stay with you.
There's no extreme risk protection. So when Salvador Ramos went down to buy the guns on his 18th birthday, he bought his first AR-15 a couple days later, right?
I do remember that. I read about that.
The next day, he went to the same gun shop, the only gun shop in Uvalde, Texas, and bought hundreds of rounds of ammunition. Are you aware of that?
I remember that. I remember reading about that after it happened.
And on the third day, he went back and bought his internet-bought AR-15 that he had to pick up at that same store. Are you aware of that?
Senator, I'll trust you on those specific details. I remember the horrible event, not like you do, and I'll take your word for the details. I don't remember each individual step that you're describing, but I believe you.
And not once did that store clerk say, hey, there's something fishy here. There's something wrong here. This kid doesn't look right here. That never happened, Senator.
Apparently not.
But if it had happened, Senator, if someone would have said, hey, Sheriff, there's this weird kid over here that he's buying all these guns and buying all this ammo, is there anything that the sheriff could have done about it?
Senator, under Section 573.001, current law of the Health and Safety Code, the sheriff has the ability, any law enforcement officer, to take action in a situation like that.
But that's not an extreme risk protective order. That is only in instances when there is something that is happening that is imminent that you can tell. That is not an extreme risk protective order. This kid had exhibited time and time again examples. He told people he was going to do what he was going to do. And yet there's no law in this state, the kind of law that you're trying to curb, that would have allowed that horrible event to be stopped. And yet here you are trying to pass a piece of legislation that says, not only is there no law, but we should never have one, ever.
Senator, this bill says that for that single mom, for that domestic violence victim, yes, people in those situations who need their firearms to defend themselves, this says that they can't have them deprived of them without due process. That's all part of this. That's all part of the whole picture of what we're working on.
You said in your layout, every citizen benefits from someone's right to bear arms. That's what you said in your layout, did you not?
I did.
Do you think that those kids that got killed benefited from that kid's right to bear arms?
And Senator, you know that I did not say from an individual's, but I think we agree. I don't think anybody here would want to take away all Second Amendment rights. I think we all agree that America and Texas are better off with that state of the law.
I'll submit to you that Demetrius Partzigas, the kid in Santa Fe, the killer in Santa Fe, that he also submitted had evidenced threats to his classmates. He had been bullied. He had talked about what he was going to do. And yet there is no law that could have stopped what happened in Santa Fe, Texas. Are you aware of that?
Senator, each situation you're describing, and again, I'm relying on your facts, and I believe you. In each situation you described, there was ample time for law enforcement and judicial intervention and due process. And if there weren't, Section 573.001, which I would commend to everyone of the Health and Safety Code, provides a law enforcement remedy for emergency situations.
An extreme risk protective order could have made a more reasonable attempt to try to get these people before a court system before these things happened. Now, let's talk about El Paso.
I don't know if that's the case.
Let's talk about El Paso. It was a hate crime, was it not?
Based on what I read and based on the comments that person made, sure sounded like it.
As a matter of fact, we established the Texas Domestic Terrorism Task Force. Are you familiar?
Yes, I'm
That
aware
task
of
force
it.
was supposed to meet quarterly. It did not. So DPS was involved in that task force. Are you aware?
That sounds right.
TDM, TEA, dishes, the military department, that all sounds familiar?
Yes, sir. I believe those are part of the
Do you
task
think if
force.
someone is making threats to someone right now in the state of Texas and we consider them a terrorist and those threats are being made, but they're just offhanded threats, they're just God knows what, and don't you think it viable that an extreme risk protective order would help us in that instance?
Well, Senator, and I'm not an expert on criminal law, but as you know, terroristic threats, that's already a crime. That's already in the penal code, and that certainly ought to be enforced. And again, that's why I say in these situations you're describing, when these behaviors take place over a long period of time, there is time for law enforcement and judicial intervention. And when there's not, there's 573.001 of the Health and Safety Code for those situations where law enforcement sees the need and there's not time for court intervention. I'm just speaking about the existing framework we have.
Does the name Mauricio Garcia ring a bell to you?
No, sir.
And here's why I'm going to tell you all this is important. Extreme risk protective orders are important. He was a Cuban American. He's the person that shot up all of those kids and all those people at the mall up near Dallas. I think it was Senator, I don't know whose district it was, but it was up near Dallas. Mauricio Garcia, oddly enough, was a white supremacist. Members, and he had writings about white supremacy. And on his chest, he had the Nazi lightning bolt SS. Do you remember that from the news stories?
That does sound familiar, yes, sir.
From 2018, when we established the Texas Domestic Terrorism Task Force, to 2023, when that horrible incident occurred, which was after Uvalde, Mauricio applied for 3 Texas driver's licenses, different ones, a commercial license, a regular license, and a renewal of that license. And he had gotten 2 traffic violations. And Mauricio, this is his driver's license I'll submit to you. You're welcome to come take a look at it. Mauricio had no middle name. It was Mauricio Garcia. But in the midst of his driver's license, on his signature, and in every traffic ticket he got, and 3 different Texas driver's licenses, Mauricio Garcia told us what he was going to do. He puts SS between his first name and his last name. 5 years after we supposedly established a task force, Mauricio Garcia told us he was a white supremacist. And if anybody doesn't believe me, you're welcome to come pick up. I've got plenty of copies here of the 1 driver's license. I've got the other documents as well in my office if you want to see them. This is why we need extreme risk protective orders, Senator. And not only are you saying we don't have them, because you've suggested already we don't have them, you're saying you're creating a crime against any municipality that wants to create them. Are you aware that 68% of Republican voters want extreme risk protective orders?
Senator, I'm not familiar with any polling on the issue. I am familiar, as you are, with the importance of due process and constitutional rights and of the delicate balance that we all have to strike and we all have to figure it out together, and I understand that. But again, if someone is making terroristic threats, they're in violation of the law, and there are law enforcement and judicial remedies. And I appreciate what you said about the task force. This theme comes up a lot where existing laws and existing processes are not being enforced. Our solution is to enforce those laws before we put on more that'll infringe on the rights of other victims or other potential victims who need those firearms to defend themselves.
And what about the rights of those 19 kids? And the rights of those kids in Santa Fe, and the rights of those people in El Paso? What about their constitutional rights, Senator?
In each of those cases,
I have
you
no further
described.
questions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. In each case you described, it sounds like there was time for the legal process to work, and it should have. You're right. But it wasn't about a red flag order.
Senator Hinojosa from Hidalgo County. For what purpose?
Will Senator Hughes yield for questions?
Do you yield?
Of course I'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. I might just narrow my questions to certain parts of Senate Bill 1362. But before I ask a couple of questions, I just want you to know that I support the Second Amendment. I carry. I have a license to carry. I have weapons in my house. And I was trained how to use them in the Marine Corps. But my concern with your bill is in situations where there's family violence. We have a male threaten his wife or his female partner with a gun. And she files for a protective order. And there's a hearing. And the judge orders that the possession of that gun be taken away from that person. Would your bill prohibit that?
No, sir, that's an excellent point. With their family violence protective orders, they are not affected by this bill. And that's very important. And I would say, if you look at the line 1-61, it says, unless state law specifically authorizes the adoption and enforcement of such a rule, ordinance, or order. So family violence protective orders are already in law, and they are specifically taken care of right here. And I'm so glad you asked. We don't want anybody to be confused about that. Those are not affected by this bill.
So if you look at page 1 and you look at line 131, it says, extreme risk protective order means a written order, warrant, or executive order issued by a court or signed by a magistrate or other court officer that has the primary purpose of reducing the risk of death or injury related to a firearm, requiring a person to surrender their firearm or prohibiting a person from owning or possessing a firearm. Are you saying that that part of your bill doesn't apply to family violence cases in court?
No, Senator, you're right. And if you read on down, where the prohibition takes place, line 145, local regulation prohibited, this article applies to, then it goes all the way down to section B. And so line 1-59 says, and it's after the definition you read, an entity described by this subsection, court, government agency, etc., an entity described by this by subsection A may not adopt or enforce a rule, ordinance, order, policy, or other similar measure relating to extreme risk protective order unless, and on the last line of that page, unless state law specifically authorizes the adoption and enforcement of such a rule, ordinance, order, policy, or measure. So you're talking about something that's specifically authorized by state law. So that's exempted from this bill. I'm glad you brought that up. That's important. No one needs to misunderstand that.
So what law are you citing when you say that it's authorized by state law? Because if there are no criminal charges filed against the person that's waving a gun at his wife, that, as you well know, many have been killed by that type of
no, that's right.
Those type of threats. So my question is, I mean, there's no criminal charges being filed here. It's just a woman seeking a protective order, which is a civil matter, not a criminal. So in those type of cases, you're saying that, yes, a judge can rule and take away a gun from the assailant?
Yes. Family violence protective orders like you're describing, those are specifically authorized. The judge is authorized to do that under state law. So yes, sir, those are exempted from this bill. You're exactly right.
Well, I sort of read it a little bit different, but thank you anyway for answering my questions.
No, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator West, what purpose?
Question of the author.
Do you yield?
Of course, I'll yield.
So this particular bill would prohibit any governmental entity from establishing such a program. Is that correct?
Senator, that's correct. If there's a situation where it's specifically authorized in state law, as Senator Hinojosa was just describing, that's exempted on line 1-61. But no local government, no agency can come up with their own or develop their own red flag system. That's exactly right.
What about other states? Are these extreme risk protective orders in existence in other states?
Based on what Senator Gutierrez was saying and what we've read, I believe some other states do have these orders.
Are you aware of any?
Senator Gutierrez says Florida does, and I believe him. I'm not familiar with other states, though.
In drafting this particular bill, did you consider other states and what's going on and the effectiveness of these particular protective orders?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
I said, in drafting this particular bill, or before you even thought about drafting it, did you take into consideration what's going on in other states and how effective these protective orders have been?
No, Senator, we focused on Texas and
well, I know that, but a lot of times when we focus on Texas, we also look at what's going on across the country before we draft legislation and bring it to the floor. And I'm just wondering, did you take into consideration what's going on in other states, specifically as it relates to the Constitution, things of that nature, and how effective these particular protective orders have been in other states?
No, sir. We know that some states have more restrictive laws than Texas. Some have more permissive laws, but beyond that, we didn't do an exhaustive search of other states.
So the reality is, in drafting this particular law, you're just looking at the state of Texas and saying that it is your opinion that this particular bill should be considered by this body without taking into consideration how effective these particular protective orders have been in other states. And we're just going to do it the Texas way. And this is the Texas way.
Well, Senator, we always want to learn from the mistakes of other states. But you're right. In this case, we believe this is the way to go for Texas.
How do you learn from other states if you don't take into consideration what's going on in other states, Senator?
Well, Senator, we try to see what they're doing right, what they're doing wrong. In this case, we do recognize, though, Senator Hinojosa was talking about those domestic violence orders, which are protected here. It's often the domestic violence victim. It's often the domestic violence victim that needs the protection that weapon would provide if it weren't taken away without due process.
Believe me, I understand that. But again, there have been many instances. It's not been about domestic violence. It's been about terrorism. And other states have allowed persons that believe that if someone is a threat, a terrorist threat, that they'd be able to call the police and be able to get a protective order to benefit not them individually, but the community in general. And what you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we're taking all that off the table and the state of Texas should never consider these extreme protective orders.
No, Senator, what we are saying is if someone is making terroristic threats, they are in violation of the penal code already. I'm not an expert on criminal law, but I think others would confirm that. Terroristic threats, that's already a violation of the penal code, and there are law enforcement and judicial remedies available. And if a peace officer sees someone who is a threat and there's not time to go through judicial process, under 573.001 of the Health and Safety Code, a peace officer is authorized to take that person into custody and to disarm them. So there are tools available that try to balance. I would say there are tools available that try to balance protection along with the rights of the accused.
Let's spend a little time on this. Okay, terroristic threat, right?
That's one offense that sounds like it's implicated.
Let's stay right there.
Yes, sir.
All right, what are the elements of a terroristic threat?
I beg your pardon?
What are the legal elements of a terroristic threat?
Senator, you'll have to tell me the elements of the offense. The fact pattern that's...
It's got to be a threat first.
It's got to be a threat. The fact pattern Senator Gutierrez described sounded like a threat.
So filing a case for a terroristic threat is reactive, not proactive. These protective orders are proactive, not reactive, right?
Well, they would have to be based on something, or they would just be.
Right.
I want to make sure I understand. They have to be based on something, or they just be completely arbitrary.
Right, exactly. It would
Based on a
still be proactive. It would be proactive. If it was me that you suspected of being a threat, you would be able to go to the police and say, I think this person may very well be someone that should be subject of a protective order based on these facts, these facts. Terroristic threat is someone that actually makes a threat, right? And then you turn around and do what? You file a case against them because of that.
That's right. That's right. With the idea being we want to prevent them from acting on those threats. That's certainly the heart of that statute.
Well, they make the threat.
But we don't want them to act on the threat. We want to stop them before they harm someone physically.
That's exactly right. And so they've already engaged in some sort of behavior that's an element of the criminal offense. That's what I'm saying to you.
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. We agree.
And so this particular protective orders are not something where they've already acted upon or a particular threat. It's something that you look at. This person just went out and bought 50 guns or whatever the case may be. Being able to articulate to a law enforcement agency or a judge to ensure due process that the person is in fact should be subject to a protective order. And what you're saying, you're taking all that off the table if this particular bill becomes law.
Well, Senator, if someone is making threats, I realize the making of a threat is, I understand you're calling it an act, but the making a threat and performing a physically harmful act are two separate things. And so in the case of a terroristic threat, one example in the penal code, there's a remedy for that exists before the person has actually caused physical harm to somebody else. I think we agree on that.
What we agree on is that you're taking the ability of any governmental entity in this state, local, you believe in, let me ask you this. Do you believe in local control?
Senator, it's been my experience around here that we're all for local control until we're not. It just depends on the issue. Our position seems pretty fluid.
So we're not.
For all of us.
As it relates to this, we're not for local control.
For all of us, I think that comes up. Well, when it's a matter
This particular bill prohibits any city, county from passing a resolution, ordinance, or whatever the case may be in order to put in effect these protective orders, correct?
Oh, yes, it clearly does. For state policy, for constitutional rights, it does. I agree.
Okay, constitutional rights, okay. And obviously, if a local, let's just say a county, decides to put in place extreme risk protective orders, would they not have to go through a process to make certain that those protective orders did not violate the Constitution of the United States?
Well, we would hope they would go through a process to make sure that those don't violate the Constitution. But
let's talk about Smith County. Do you think Smith County would go through that process?
Let me finish. We would hope they would go through that process, but we don't know that. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm listening.
No, I was listening. I apologize for I was talking over you. I'm pretty sure Smith County would go through such a process, wouldn't they?
I hope they would. The folks running the county now, I know, and I've seen how they operate. I think they do a great job. We don't know who's going to hold these offices you and I have or those offices they have, so we want to make sure we have rules and laws in place that protect everybody.
I would, correct me if I'm wrong, but most governmental entities, counties, cities, for the most part, they abide by the Constitution of the United States, do they not?
I believe for the most part they try to, yes, sir.
And they abide by the Constitution of the state of Texas, right?
I believe most of them try to, yes, sir.
And when they go about putting in place laws, don't they normally have a process to have their attorneys look at whether or not they're implementing them correctly and implementing them consistently with the U.S. Constitution and the state Constitution?
Well, they certainly should, yes, sir.
They should, but I'm saying most of them do that.
I think most of them try to, yes, sir.
Okay, so from that vantage point, why are we taking this off the table as it relates to them being able to make certain that it complies with due process, and I'm all for due process, and also the Second Amendment? We're taking it off the table. And we're not allowing them to make a determination within their specific jurisdiction as to whether or not these particular orders unnecessary. And I'm trying to figure out why are we doing that? And what I'm hearing is, from you, is that we want consistency throughout the entire state of Texas. And we want to make certain the due process is afforded. And also the Second Amendment, when in fact, these governmental entities that we are partnering with, they do this stuff all the time. And I'm trying to figure out why wouldn't they be able to do it in a situation right here?
Well, Senator, as you know, we look at laws on a case-by-case basis, and when we're talking about constitutional rights, Bill of Rights, constitutional rights, and Texas constitutional rights that are so important. And again, these rights are often life or death on the part of the person who might lose their gun, that they need, that single mom that needs that gun to defend herself. When we're talking about things that important, I believe it's appropriate for the state to set a standard and to keep that in place.
Not counties, not cities, anything like that.
Not here, no, sir. I don't believe so. I'm just one vote, but that's how I see it.
Well, you know, I disagree with you on this. And I mean, this is a bill that I've filed for several sessions and never been able to get a hearing on. And when you begin to think about states with emergency risk protective laws, I'm trying to get an idea of how many we have. There's about 22 states in this country with emergency risk protective orders. Are you aware of that?
I believe you. I don't know the number, but if you say that's right, I'm sure it is.
So they know something that we don't know.
Well, Senator, there are a bunch of states with state income taxes and very restrictive gun laws, and there's cities that ban gas stoves, but you know, we don't have to follow everybody else off the cliff when they make bad choices, bad policy.
But you're not sitting up and saying they're falling off the cliff because they have emergency risk protective orders. And I don't know whether or not those states have had issues such as we've had here in the state of Texas as it relates to mass murders and things of that nature. And going back to what Senator Gutierrez is saying, when law enforcement had information about or had the potential to get information about someone that committed such a hideous crime, not being able to have the parents, loved ones, being able to go in and get an emergency protective order, and then ending up with the type of results we ended up with, to me, is unconscionable, sir. And I'm not going to keep on moving forward because I know we got other work we need to do, but I just wanted to make sure I stopped at this point in time, made sure I was on the record against this particular bill and against trying to sit up and say that counties and cities don't know what in the hell they're doing, because they know what they're doing. We work with them each and every day. And government closest to the people, my friend, is best for the people. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Menendez, for what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President.
Senator Hughes, do you yield?
Of course I'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Hughes, many of my questions have been answered, but I wanted to go through something about on the bill that talks about the federal preemption, and I've got a concern. Are you familiar with the Armed Career Criminal Act? It's where a felon can't own or possess a firearm or ammunition.
Yes, sir.
So the federal standard prohibits the repeat offenders from having them. And my concern is the way your bill is written, that it has the potential to be in conflict with the federal law, because if I read your bill correctly on line 2.3, Article 7C.003, it says here, certain federal laws are unenforceable. How do you feel about the potential? Do you feel that your bill would mean that the Armed Career Criminal Act be unenforceable? Because your bill would override the standard to allow that criminal to own and possess a firearm. Isn't that correct?
No, Senator, that's a great question. And bills like that federal law that says If you use a gun in a crime, it's a much more serious offense. If you do that too many times, there are consequences. I want to, and respectfully, I want to draw your attention to page 1 on line 40 through 42, and it's describing the extreme risk protective order affected by this bill. And so the order saying that guns can be taken away, I'm reading from line 1-40, section B, is not issued on the basis of conduct that resulted in a criminal charge for the person who is the subject of the order. So this is not someone who has been charged criminally. So that's completely off the table. If there's a criminal charge, this bill will not apply at all. And thank you so much. And I should have stressed that when I laid out the bill. And so see if you read that the same way. But that's important.
I see that. So I have a recent example that occurred, and I was wondering, under your bill, how do you see that would play out? A friend of mine has a roommate. Roommate's got an alcohol dependency problem. They had a disagreement. Police came, checked out, looked at the house, couldn't find the person. Person had been hiding. But the other roommate came back after the police had said all clear. Walks in. The other roommate comes out of hiding, waving a gun in one hand, alcoholic beverage in the other. Police get called back. They separate the groups. They interview the person who was under the influence, intoxicated, and was holding the gun in the other hand. Question that I have, under your bill, does the San Antonio Police Department have the right to temporarily take the firearm from the person who's under the influence?
Senator, in that situation, it sounds like the person will be charged with a violation of the penal code.
They were not.
Well, if they're under the influence and they're waving a gun around, that's a criminal matter. That's a criminal matter. So that's not implicated by this bill.
So I don't know that because the person was on their property, they weren't out in public, they hadn't been driving. I don't know why they weren't, but there were no criminal charges. And the person was allowed to keep their gun, and you feel that had the police department said, no, you know what, let us hold on to your gun for a little bit, your bill would prevent that.
Senator, I would also point, to answer your question, there's also 573.001 of the Health and Safety Code. And if the person is a substantial risk of serious harm to the person or others, and there's not time to go to court and there's other factors are met under this statute, the police officer, any peace officer, has a remedy there as well. So current Texas law addresses that situation.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Well, thank you. These are important questions. Thank you.
I have a concern because I'm concerned that you're prohibiting local regulation. I mean, that's the whole point of this bill. Is it not to prohibit local governing bodies, municipalities, counties, special districts, or authorities from passing any kind of red flag law or extreme risk protective order?
It is, from going beyond what state law allows. That's exactly right. That's the purpose of the bill.
You've repeated it several times in the, I guess, the examples that you're saying that it somehow might protect, by passing this law, you would protect the right of you mentioned the single mom domestic violence situation where she would need to keep the gun, right? Where she'd need to have the gun, I think is what you said.
Well, Senator, that's right. As you know, if you look at folks who choose to have firearms to protect themselves, whether they're handgun carriers or whether they're at home, that cuts across all political and social and demographic lines. Of course, you know that. We all have constituents who have firearms at their homes to protect themselves, and there's a reason for that. And some folks need it more than others. Maybe they live way out in the woods, maybe by themselves, maybe a single mom. So yes, sir, that's definitely a part of this bill.
Many of us here on this very floor, some carry day to day, some have at home, some both. But that's not the point. The point is that in your example, the extreme risk protective order wouldn't be against her. It would be against the aggressor.
Well, Senator, let me talk about that, because if there's a family violence protective order put in place, that's not affected by this bill. But the aggressor we're describing, or the potential aggressor, the boyfriend or the not boyfriend who wants to do harm to this woman, if he wants to disarm her and make her an easier target, one of these red flag orders is a great way to do it, because the gun is taken, if only temporarily, without due process. There's a reason that people want to have firearms to defend themselves, and we shouldn't just lightly take those guns away based on someone's accusations.
So under your scenario, you're saying that if the abuser accuses the victim of somehow that they're the risk, that somehow the gun would be taken, the judge would write the extreme risk protective order. The way I think that's convoluted in some ways, extremely, I don't mean to pass judgment on your example, but I just see that typically it's the person that's wanting to do harm is the one that either harm to themselves or others is the one that they're asked to temporarily, submit their gun. But that's fine. I appreciate you answering my questions.
No, thank you. And Senator, and you were describing the good intentions behind folks that want these orders, but I'm talking about the application and how they can be abused. But I appreciate what you're saying.
So you're saying that people weaponize these orders? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that anytime someone's rights, their right to defend themselves, can be taken without due process when only one side's being heard, that's a problem, and we should take a hard look at that.
Yeah, I think that sometimes we get so... Are you not concerned that sometimes we get so overly concerned with protecting the right to, at all times, under any circumstance, possess and carry a firearm, that we, even when we know that person can be a risk to themselves or others, that we are not protecting the rights of the people that they may harm? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying we have to strike that balance, and we want to get it right. We don't want to err on either side. We want to strike that balance.
Yes, I definitely agree there needs to be a balance. I think, unfortunately, this bill pushes the balance towards the person that would maintain a gun under any circumstances, even when local government, special authority, all these people who might have respect the Constitution would say we need to temporarily remove the firearm for the safety of the person and their loved ones. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Eckhart, for what purpose?
Thank you so much. To ask questions of the author.
Yield?
Of course, I'll yield.
Thank you so much, Senator Hughes. And I want to clarify, there have been some good questions with regards to family violence protective orders, which you may recall I used to practice in that area. So
yes.
With regard to section 7C001 1B, you define the extreme risk protective orders as those that are not issued on the basis of conduct that resulted in a criminal charge for the person who is the subject of the order.
Yes, Senator.
So are you attempting in this bill to say that any civil protective order that includes a prohibition, albeit temporary, from being in possession of a gun would not be allowed?
No, Senator, I'm not.
You're not. And in that regard, you point to section 7C.002B, where you say an entity described by subsection A may not adopt, et cetera, an extreme risk protective order unless state law specifically authorizes the adoption and enforcement of such a rule, ordinance, order, policy, or measure. So that's where you are saying that if a civil protective order is available under current law, we're good.
That's the operative language we're talking about. That's right, Senator.
So I wanted to clarify that. And so under current law, under Family Code, Code of Criminal Procedure, and the Penal Code, the only protective orders that are available to the courts under current law in Texas are instances where an individual who is in a relationship in a household or a dating relationship feels that their safety is threatened. So a court can only curtail, civilly and temporarily curtail possession of a gun for the protection of someone who's in an intimate relationship, correct?
So that's those family protective orders we're talking about?
Yes, suits affecting the parent-child relationship, divorce, or a criminal proceeding in an assault family violence case.
Yes, thank you. I believe that's right.
So there is no other instance in current state law where a parent, for instance, can come and say, my child who does not live with me, who is an adult, is scaring the bejesus out of me. I am in fear that they are going to commit suicide. I am petitioning the court based on statements I have heard from my adult child who does not live with me that are of grave concern. They have a gun, they possess a gun, and I fear that they are going to kill themselves. There is no option under current state law to go to the courts and ask that that person's right to bear arms be temporarily suspended, correct?
Under current law, now you tell me, is that a situation where a peace officer might go by and do a welfare check and see how the person is and assess the situation? Would that be something that might be suggested in a situation like that? And again, this is your practice here. It's a legitimate question. I'd like to know.
It might, but the hypothetical I'm putting toward you is the more likely hypothetical, where the concerned parent, it has not involved law enforcement. Their child is not, their adult child who does not live with them, has not broken any laws. It's just that their child is suicidal and owns a gun. And who best to petition the court for their safety? And that is not currently available under state law, is it?
Not a civil order that I know of. Now, 573.001 of the Health and Safety Code, I would think would be implicated in a case like that. And I know you know these codes better than I do, but that sounds like a situation where 573.001 would come into play, where a peace officer could assess that situation and take the person into custody. But I believe you're right. A civil order would not exist in that situation.
So currently under state law, a person who's in an intimate relationship can directly petition the court for a protective order without having to go through the state, correct?
Well, I guess the court, it's a court that the state created.
Yes,
I don't want to split hairs. I want to make sure I understand the question. Go ahead.
And that's a very good point. What I'm saying is that the state, in the form of a prosecutor, or in the form of a police officer petitioning for a prosecutor to get involved. Under current law, Mary, who's afraid of Bob, who's her husband, does not have to have a pending criminal case and does not have to rely on a peace officer or a prosecutor bringing the protective order, correct?
I believe that's right. For family violence, I believe that's right.
But Mary, who's the mom of Bob, who is an adult and doesn't live with her, who's afraid that Bob is going to kill himself, you're saying, and you're right, under current law, Mary cannot go to the court and say, my son Bob, is in danger of killing himself. She can go and say, my husband Bob, I'm afraid he's going to kill me. But she can't go to the court without getting a cop or a prosecutor involved and say, my son Bob, I'm afraid he's going to kill himself and I have good reason, correct?
Right, so the civil remedy you're talking about exists in family violence cases. Outside that, again, a law enforcement officer who observes that situation can intervene. But I believe you're right. There's no other civil way to do it outside of a family violence setting. I believe you're right.
And similarly, Mary cannot go to the court without involving a police officer or a prosecutor, cannot petition the court and say, Bob is a kid in my class, and Bob is known as the shooter among his friends. And I have heard little Bobby talk about having amassed a cache of weapons. and that he intends to use it. Mary has to go through a law enforcement or a prosecutor in order to petition the court in that instance, correct?
Well, Senator, the teacher in that situation, of course, would go to a school resource officer, to a school counselor, to a principal, to a parent. There are obviously there's a lot of places that a teacher would go in a situation like that.
So Mary, who is concerned about Bob, her adult son, committing suicide, or Mary, who's concerned about a student with a cache of weapons, has no option for a civil protective order in the state of Texas currently.
They have options other than a civil protective order. You're correct.
Next, I'm looking at the bottom portion of your bill, certain federal laws unenforceable. Why are you explicitly violating the Supremacy Clause of the U.S. Constitution in this provision?
Senator, this provision would apply to those laws that are not passed pursuant to the Constitution. If it's unconstitutional, if it violates due process under the Constitution, then it's not valid.
You're aware of what the Supremacy Clause says, right?
I am.
For those who need a refresher on this, the Constitution and the laws of the United States shall be supreme, the supreme law of the land, and the judges in every state shall be bound thereby, anything in the Constitution or laws of any state to the contrary notwithstanding. So even if we say, as a state, we don't think it's constitutional, the Supremacy Clause says otherwise, right?
Well, Senator, the Supremacy Clause in this application sort of begs the question. Is the U.S. Constitution is supreme. If the U.S. Congress were to pass a law that made it illegal to speak, to contradict the government, you and I would agree that's no law. That is unconstitutional on its face. That's what we're talking about. The Supremacy Clause trumps that federal statute because the U.S. Constitution is supreme. I know you know that. That's the situation we're describing.
And which branch of government makes the determination of whether or not a law is unconstitutional? Is it the legislative branch, the executive branch, or the judicial branch?
Each branch expresses its opinion on the constitutionality at each step of the process. The legislature, the Congress says we believe this is constitutional. The president says that when they sign it, and the courts say that when and if they enforce it. But there's no place in the Constitution that gives one power supremacy over one branch supremacy over another. You're talking about the practical outworking, but I think we agree that constitutionally the courts are not a super branch. They're not royalty.
But this last provision is at least redundant, if not just an outright violation of the Supremacy Clause, isn't it? I mean, if a law is unconstitutional, if it's found unconstitutional by a state court or a federal court, well, then we couldn't enforce it anyway. But to the extent that it says the legislature can just on its own make a determination of constitutionality and thereby block the enforcement, that would be a violation of the Supremacy Clause, wouldn't it?
Well, Senator, if we're talking about the situation we described earlier where the Congress passes a law that's unconstitutional, it's no law. The U.S. Constitution is supreme. That's the heart of the Supremacy Clause.
But we, as the Texas legislature, don't get to determine the constitutionality of a federal law and on our own determine that it's inapplicable within the bounds of the state of Texas, do we? That's for the courts to decide.
Well, the Constitution, the words have meaning. The words are there. Now, whenever these matters come up, there's litigation, and we're going to have to figure that out, and the Supreme Court's going to have a say on it. But the Constitution is supreme. And so an unconstitutional law is not protected by the Supremacy Clause. I think we agree on that.
I think we do, but what's interesting about your bill is your bill basically says that extreme risk protective orders are unconstitutional, and therefore, even if the federal government were to institute them, we would not enforce them, and that would be a violation of the Supremacy Clause. Wouldn't you agree?
In the way you described it, I think I understand that hypothetical, but I'm looking at the language of the bill, and line 2-7, referring to the right bearing arms or free speech protected by the United States Constitution. So that's baked in. It's a question of whether it's a constitutional federal law or regulation.
Your bill says that an extreme risk protective order is against the U.S. Constitution. And if a federal law determines otherwise, we're still not going to enforce it, doesn't it?
Well, Senator, I just want to be precise, and you're always good about the details. The only section about certain federal laws unenforceable, let me be clear, any federal statute, order, rule, or regulation purporting to implement or enforce an extreme risk protective order against a person in this state that infringes on the person's right to due process, keeping and bearing arms, or free speech. So again, the constitutional standard is right there in the paragraph. So if it is an unconstitutional order, then it's not constitutional. The Supremacy Clause doesn't protect it.
If the courts find a federal act to be unconstitutional, it would be unenforceable. That's one interpretation of that last paragraph, which is redundant because that's current law. But if the interpretation is that all extreme risk protective orders are unconstitutional, and even if the federal government decides otherwise, we're not going to enforce them, that would be unconstitutional under the Supremacy Clause. So it's either redundant or it's a violation of the Supremacy Clause, wouldn't you say?
Well, Senator, I appreciate the fact pattern that you're walking through. Respectfully, the words themselves say if such an order infringes on due process, keeping and bearing arms, or free speech protected by the United States Constitution. So those words are there. They're not just assumed. They're right there in the statute. And I think that's what makes the difference.
You and I both agree that public safety is one of the most important charges that we have as state senators and as public servants.
Yes, ma'am, of course.
Thank you for answering my questions. I remain concerned that we are unwilling to look at the ability to protect the public beyond the domestic relationship and into the circumstance of suicide and mass shootings, which are on the rise.
I understand. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Cook, for what purpose?
To ask the author a few questions.
Hughes, you yield?
Of course I'll yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Are you aware that Texas has 4,000 gun deaths a year?
I haven't seen the most recent statistic, but I believe you. I'm sure that's right.
Okay. I'm really grateful to Senator Eckhart for bringing up suicide. Are you aware that suicide deaths actually make up still, even with all the mass shootings, about 2/3 of gun-related deaths?
I've read that.
Okay. And I guess, are you concerned? It does feel to me, as an emergency room nurse, when people come to me, especially if there's adult children, what Senator Eckhart was describing, 19, 20-year-olds, they live apart from their parents are desperately trying to get them mental health care. There's really nothing I can do to force them to come in and get mental health care, right? They have to go home and call the police. And so are you concerned that calling law enforcement to go over to somebody's house to check on them might deter a parent from actually seeking the help that the child needs, either because they're exhibiting risk to the others or because they've made some sort of suicidal ideation?
Well, Senator, I see what you mean. Of course, law enforcement officers, as you know, do welfare checks for a number of reasons. For maybe folks who are elderly we haven't heard from for a while, or we're concerned about how someone is doing. It's pretty common, and it's, again, they're peace officers. They serve the community. As you know, and I'm not insulting you, and I'm not lecturing you, but as you know, many even of our smaller departments now have mental health officers who are specifically trained in these type of situations. The situation that Senator Eckhart described, we're talking about a civil protective order. You need a lawyer to do that, which is a burden or a barrier for some people. So respectfully, in a situation like that, I feel like a parent would know they have the option of getting a peace officer involved.
They don't, just so you know, most of the time, because they come to me a lot of the time. They don't actually know.
And I sure can't argue with your experience, and I know you work in this field, so please don't think I'm questioning that or doubting you.
Not at all, Senator. Thank you. And do those welfare checks also include gun retrieval in the case that somebody has expressed suicidal ideation and has firearms in the home?
Oh, Senator, and you might help me with this. I believe that's 573.001 of the Health and Safety Code, where a peace officer observing that situation can act. If there's not time to go to court, there's not time for other processes, they can act, even taking the person into custody. And you tell me if that's your experience. They can, if they feel the need to under the law, they can even do that, disarm the person. So yes, a peace officer can definitely do that.
Okay, and what I'm hearing is a parent has to be willing to call a police officer and have their child taken into custody. That's the route that they have to take if they're concerned about their kiddo.
Well, it sounds like, based on what Senator Eckhart was saying, that's current law, and you would know if there are other tools available or what folks would suggest. But I believe we were talking about whether a civil protective order is available, and today, I think she's right. Those civil protective orders are available in a family violence situation. Now, please tell me if there are other tools, but I believe that's the law today.
Okay. In practice, I'm seeing big gaps. And so I do have a lot of concern about there not being a route that doesn't involve an officer going to the home, potentially taking someone into custody, that specifically parents or friends of an individual could pursue, even if they weren't related familially.
Okay, thank you. I understand.
And are you aware that the vast majority of mass shooters do exhibit signs that do not constitute a crime or a terroristic threat, that they may be a risk to others?
I know that in many cases around the country, in states that have emergency risk protective order provisions and states that don't, in many cases around the country, when we look back, there were a lot of signs, tragically.
And would you agree that a lot of those signs do not constitute a crime or a terroristic threat?
I'm sure that's true in many cases. In some of the cases we've discussed today, those acts, those repeated statements in their context would constitute a terroristic threat, and in a school setting would certainly be enough for a resource officer or a school counselor or a principal or a teacher to get involved. But I'm sure you're right. There are cases where they don't.
I find that somewhat unsettling. It almost sounds as if you're saying that the issue is that law enforcement is behaving in a way that's inadequate, and that's the reason that these shootings happen. Whereas I think some of us are saying there's a gap in the law. Could you clarify if it's law enforcement not taking action that's been the problem?
I'm not sure. I'm sorry. I'm not sure I understood what you were asking. I want to get it right. Please ask me that again.
So I've heard you a couple times assert that the current law is adequate for recognizing those signs, taking action, getting law enforcement involved in stopping a mass shooting before it happens. And so I guess I'm confused. Are you saying that law enforcement is not taking action in these situations?
Oh, Senator, forgive me. The situations that we find out about after the fact were not reported to law enforcement at the time. And then after the shooting, all this information comes out. And in many cases, they were not reported at the time they took place. No, ma'am, not law enforcement's fault when they don't know about it. Thank you for letting me clarify that. Thank you.
For sure. Yes, sir. And then are you aware that healthcare settings are at higher risk for workplace violence and shootings in general?
I have heard that, yes.
Okay. And that healthcare workers are 5 times more likely to experience workplace violence, including shootings and mass shootings in hospitals?
I have heard that. And my mother was a nurse some years ago, and things were not as aggressive as they are now, but even she had some difficult situations like that. So, and I would defer to you, but I have heard those numbers.
And then between 2008 and 2017, were you aware that the number of physicians killed or shot in these incidents actually tripled over that 10-year period?
I did not know. I believe you, but I did not have that number.
Very troubling. Could you understand why folks who work in these settings where we're basically sitting ducks for violence might want an additional layer of protection where friends and family of somebody exhibiting risk could have guns taken away on a temporary basis until the proper health care can actually be provided to the person?
Of course, and what we're all trying to figure out is that balance, and I do understand, and that's got to be part of our analysis.
Are you aware that California has successfully prevented 21 likely mass shootings since their ERPOs went into effect?
No, I hadn't heard that. That's good to hear. I'd not heard that.
Are you aware that their ERPO program has been so successful that they've not even had one false claim at all?
A false claim, meaning
no one is having their guns taken away that wasn't a threat and then being used against somebody who was not a threat, basically.
No, I hadn't heard that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of really good models out there. My last question to you, and I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for taking the time.
No, thank you.
In U.S. versus Rahimi, we know that somebody who poses a clear threat basically we do have the right to take their guns away even on a temporary basis or remove firearms on a temporary basis. Are you concerned that with the passage of your bill that we might violate the full faith and credit clause, that we may not be recognizing other states' ERPOs which have been successful? It might pose a risk that way.
Oh, thank you, Senator. Now on Rahimi, as I read it, the person had a domestic violence restraining order or family violence restraining order, as we've discussed, and that's not touched by this bill, and that's important. Thank you.
Right, but the opinions came down that if somebody is posing a threat, that we do have the ability to take firearms away in that situation.
So there's dicta in the opinion, then there's the actual ruling of the case, and so I'm sure we'll hear more from the courts on that. But the facts of that case involve someone with a domestic violence restraining order, which is clearly accepted under this bill.
And are you concerned with the passage of your bill that we may not be able to recognize the extreme risk protection orders of other states and violate the full faith and credit clause?
Oh no, Senator, I'm not.
Thank you so much for answering my questions.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hughes moves suspension of the regular order of business for SB 1362. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez.
There being 20 yeas and 11 nays, the rules are suspended. The Chair lays out the second reading of Senate Bill 1362. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 1362, relating to prohibiting the recognition, service, and enforcement of extreme risk protective orders.
Senator Hughes is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Hughes moves for passage to engrossment. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 20 yeas and 11 nays, the bill passes to engrossment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members.
Senator Alvarado is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on SB 487.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under current law, vulnerable survivors of sexual offenses and crimes involving children or trafficking are eligible for pseudonyms. However, it does not cover survivors of invasive visual recording or indecent assault. This bill expands access to pseudonyms for survivors of these crimes. It allows the survivor to shield their identity in records like police summary reports, press releases, and records of judicial proceedings concerning the offense. This change will help survivors feel more comfortable to report crimes, cooperate with criminal investigations, and participate in criminal prosecutions.
Senator Alvarado moves suspension of the regular order of business. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out second reading of Senate Bill 487. The Secretary will call the roll. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 487, relating the confidentiality of identifying information of victims of certain offenses.
Senator Alvarado is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment for Senate Bill 487.
Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Alvarado recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So move.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There being 31 yeas and no nays, 3-day rule is suspended. The chair lays out the third reading of the final passage of SB 487. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 487, relating the confidentiality of identifying information of victims of certain offenses.
Senator Alvarado is recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, I move for final passage.
Senator Alvarado moves final passage on SB 487. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook.
There being 31 yeas and no nays, the bill is passage. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Sparks is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Bill 513.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I move at this time to suspend the regular order of business in order to take up and consider the committee substitute to Senate Bill 513.
Senator Sparks moves suspension of the regular order of business. No. Oh, pardon me.
Yeah.
Continue.
This bill creates a pilot program for rural community-based care and is designed to improve child welfare services in areas where the current model has not been viable. When DFPS opened bidding for community-based care, CBC, in Region 9 and 10, no providers applied. This means that absent a new approach, these areas will remain under state management and will face the same problem when CBC is rebid in 2029. The committee substitute to Senate Bill 513 proposes a pilot program to develop and implement a rural community-based care model that fits the reality of these communities. With that, Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Sparks moves suspension of regular order of business for committee substitute for Senate Bill 513. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out the second reading of Senate Bill committee substitute 513. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee substitute, Senate Bill 513, relating to a rural community-based care pilot program.
Senator Sparks is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Senator Sparks moves passage to engrossment. Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Sparks is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. So moved.
Senator Sparks moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton.
There being 31 yeas and no nays, the rules are suspended. Chair lays out the third reading of the final passage of Committee Substitutes Senate Bill 513. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 513 relating to a rural community-based care pilot program.
Senator Sparks is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage of Committee Substitute to Senate Bill 513.
Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There being 31 yeas and no nays, the bill is passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank DFPS and all of their hard work in helping design this pilot program. Thank you, members.
Senator Zaffarini is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1547.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, I move to suspend the Senate's regular order of business to take up and consider at this time the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1547 relating to fees charged by county clerks for certain property records. Members, this is a companion bill to House Bill 3733 by Representative Orr. In 2023, members, we passed Senate Bill 1612, which allowed county clerks to charge 10 cents per page for electronic copies of real property records. This fee significantly exceeds the actual cost of production and conflicts with existing laws that regulate public records fees. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 1547 would ensure that fees remain fair, reasonable, and aligned with the actual cost of providing public records. Mr. President, I move suspension.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of regular order of business for committee substitute for Senate Bill 1547. Is there objection? Hearing none, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out second reading of Senate Bill, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1547. Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1547 relating to fees charged by county clerks for certain property records.
Senator Zaffarini is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage to engrossment.
Is there objection? Hearing none, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Zaffarini is recognized for motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the constitutional rule that bills be heard on 3 several days.
Senator Zaffarini moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There being 31 yeas and no nays, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out the third reading and final passage of Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1547. The Secretary will read the caption.
Committee Substitute Senate Bill 1547 relating to fees charged by county clerks for certain property records.
Senator Zaffarini is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move final passage.
Senator Zaffarini moves final passage of Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 1547. Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Birdwell, Blanco.
There being 31 yeas and no nays, the bill is passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. President and members, and Senator Betancourt.
Senator Betancourt is recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business and Senate Bill 987.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Bill 987 simply states that there's not a requirement to exhaust civil or administrative remedies with the Ethics Commission before a trial court with the subject matter jurisdiction over a criminal case or criminal action under the election code can take up the case. Basically, there's the confusion that somehow the Ethics Commission that's looking at something civilly can prevent a DA from proceeding with a trial court action. And that's what Senate Bill 987 seeks to stop. So I move suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 987.
Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the regular order of business on Senate Bill 987. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There being 28 yeas and 3 nays, the rules are suspended. The chair lays out second reading of Senate Bill 987. The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 987, relating the subject matter jurisdiction of the criminal trial courts of this state over certain criminal actions.
Senator Betancourt is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of Senate Bill 987 to engrossment.
Senator Betancourt is recognized. Senator Betancourt moves passage to engrossment. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell.
There being 28 yeas and 3 nays, the bill is passed to engrossment. Senator Betancourt is recognized for a motion to suspend the constitutional 3-day rule.
So moved, Mr. President.
Senator Betancourt moves suspension of the 3-day rule. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt.
There being 28 yeas and 3 nays, the 3-day rule is suspended. The chair lays
Rather
out.
quick on the trigger, Mr. President.
That's right. I've been accused of that before. The chair lays out the third reading of the final passage of Senate Bill 987.
Lighter.
The Secretary will read the caption.
Senate Bill 987, relating the subject matter jurisdiction of the criminal trial courts of this state over certain criminal actions.
Senator Betancourt is recognized for a motion.
Mr. President, you might want to move back, okay? I move final passage of Senate Bill 987.
Senator Betancourt moves passage of Senate Bill 987. The Secretary will call the roll.
Alvarado, Betancourt, Bardwell, Blanco, Campbell, Cook, Creighton, Eckhart, Flores, Gutierrez, Hagan, Booth, Hall, Hancock,
That's like a misfire, Mr. President?
That would be Hidalgo.
Oh, that's it? That's right. Lieutenant Governor, would you mind tapping that gavel for me to make this real? All right, third time's a charm.
There being 28 yeas and 3 nays, the bill is passed. Congratulations, I guess.
I think you're going to see that video again, but thank you so much, Senator.
Okay. Yeah, and by the way, if you didn't like the rubber mallet, don't hit it with a rubber shoe. Have a cowboy boot on.
Oh, I think there was
That's
a
a
flash.
classic.
I think there was a flashback as Senator Campbell's to somebody else that used to pound a shoe.
I can't believe we got you and Adam on the same day on the rubber mallet.
Really?
Yeah, we had Adam before. You were off. Okay. Adam came up here and hit the rubber mallet. I thought for sure we'll have to wait a week or 2. Oh. Yeah, he said he'd trust me. Trust me that I'm going to give you the rubber mallet is what you're going to get.
Well, I guess you could try for 3, Mr. President.
Yeah, where's Molly? She'll have her time.
That's right.
Okay. Where did everyone go on this side? You guys have a full complement of people. Senator West, you're recognized to suspend the regular order of business on committee substitute for Senate Bill 650.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. At this time, I move to suspend the regular order of business, take up and consider committee substitute Senate Bill 650. Members, as members of the Texas legislature, one of
Good, Senator West. I was just because I know we have it's a serious issue, and
exactly.
Yes,
members, one of our highest responsibilities is to look out for the welfare of the children and young people of Texas. I know we've spent a lot of time in education dealing with issues concerning our children. According to statistics from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration, in the past month, 40,000 young Texans between the ages of 18 and 20 used alcohol. That's 33% of all people in that age bracket, members. The past month, 219,000 persons 18 to 20 reported binge drinking. That's 18% of that population. Members between the ages of 15 and 17, 180,000 Texas teens, or 14%, reported drinking, and 86,000, or 6.8%, reported binge drinking in the past month. Those statistics may seem cold and distant until you know someone who's been impacted by those statistics. Day after day on this floor, we do memorial resolutions. Today, I'm up and want to make certain that we identify someone who's been impacted by these statistics. And to my left, Ms. Charlotte Stevens, the mother of Deshaun Jawan, has been impacted by these statistics. Members, in April of 2022, an underage student at Woodrow Wilson High School in Dallas, Deshaun Jawan, was able to purchase, in multiple purchases, members, multiple purchases, a large quantity of high alcohol content drink. Later that night, after consuming those beverages, Deshaun was involved in an accident that took his life. We are, in fact, our brother's keeper. We should be looking out for our children. You know, Ms. Stevens came to my office, apprised me, Mr. President, of the situation, and asked, are we able to do anything about it? And I told her I would do my best to bring legislation to this body to make certain that doesn't happen again in the state of Texas. And of course, I'm not able to assure her of that, but at least to try to reduce the chances of it happening. And there's a responsibility by us to make certain that it doesn't happen. This particular bill, that we will have an amendment Senator Perry and I will offer, goes a long way in making certain that the alcohol industry, that we give the privilege to provide alcohol in the state of Texas, serves as our partner in making certain that this doesn't happen again. And so, Mr. President, at this time, I'm going to move that we suspend the regular order of business to take up and consider Senate Bill 650.
Senator Perry, what purpose?
This question to the author.
Do you yield?
I do yield.
Senator West, I appreciate the bill. I think you described something very articulately, that it is a privilege to be able to hold a liquor license in this state, and that we need to be do everything we can possibly, that when that is done, that it is done responsibly. So I applaud the initiative, with technologies of the day being what it is, that we can now check for fakes and things like that. A couple of things that have come up in conversation were, and the amendment's going to address both of these things, I think, or at least one of them is not relevant. When people are being scanned, it's been a conversation that is tracking and keeping track of database. Is that a fair, is that an accurate statement, that they're actually keeping that information? Or is it like a background gun check, that they don't keep that information, they're just for verification purposes and then they're gone?
It's just for verification purposes only. It's my understanding that these are tied to the CPU, which is not a part of the internet.
So it's not stored anywhere on the database. It doesn't have a record that I bought wine today. So
that's correct.
And secondly, there was some concern that by having just the scan feature, people would get lazy and not actually look at the photograph to verify. And I think we've addressed that in the amendment.
The amendment addresses that. It requires that it says shall.
All right. I appreciate what you're doing with this. It's important. I hate that we have tragedies to bring these issues to the level that where we deal with them. I've got one in my district, and there's a bill in state affairs that actually our colleague Boris Miles had already done, and unbeknownst to me, but we crossed paths on a similar head-on collision from a gentleman that had been at a place that consumed way too much. So it's just this constant theme that we see happening out there, but it might stop one young person from getting on the road that is irresponsible, been drinking too much, and taking the life of the innocent. So I appreciate what you've done on this bill.
I appreciate you also co-authoring the amendment with me.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Questions of the author, Mr. President.
I will.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator West. My understanding, Senator West, and this is, we have a 25, a 23, an 18-year-old, so I have heard a lot about these situations, and my understanding is a lot of this technology is being used already in a lot of these, clubs that they want to get into. It's 21 and over. If the ID doesn't scan, they turn them away. And so what happens is that the ID has to be, it can't even be expired. Is that the same technology you're looking to bring to package stores?
What I'm trying to use, a QT as an example.
Yeah.
A national brand.
Right.
They put these readers into all of the stores they have in the country.
There you go.
Guess how much it costs to do that in the entire country? $18,000.
That's pretty.
For the entire country. So these readers have been proven to be reliable, and there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to get them into the stores that we've given the privilege to do this.
Without a doubt. I mean, Senator West, this state has the 3-tier system in order to sell liquor, does it not? So everyone in each part of that tier is sort of protected. Their market is somewhat protected, is it not?
That is correct.
And anytime anybody brings a bill to sort of mess with those 3 tiers, you feel like you're impinging on their livelihood.
I'm hoping that we get a unanimous vote in the Senate.
I hope so too.
And then we need to go visit with our colleagues in the House. And I understand, being here 32 years, when you start talking about doing anything as it relates to the liquor industry, it's uphill battle. I understand that. But I'm willing. Senator Perry is willing to take on that battle. I'm hoping that the industry will work with us on this in order to make sure we get this passed so that there is a system in place that takes advantage of the technology,
right,
and is responsible and not a burden on purchase.
But Senator West,
alcoholic beverages.
Your bill does nothing more than help the sellers do their job legally. It just verifies the age of whoever's purchasing, does it not?
That's exactly right.
And with having the scan, it protects them by saying, look, we scan every ID. We're meeting the letter of the law, and it protects them, and it protects people who shouldn't be buying.
Well, and as we're having this debate, I think I'm going to kind of go over the amendment, so I want to take a bunch of time on it.
Okay.
Some of the issues that came up was, what about if the store doesn't have the technology? Okay?
Yeah.
All right, well, they still are required to look at the ID and make certain it's the same person that they're selling to, okay? Which is common sense, all right? What about, does every person that presents and want to buy alcoholic beverages, do they have to present their ID? Well, if someone appears to be over the age of 40 years old, and for some reason TABC comes in and says, aha, you didn't ask this person for their ID. Well, if they're over 40 years old, then that's a defense to any type of sanction or penalty that TABC would want to met out. And so we've kind of thought through this, and the fact is there may very well be some other things that we need to look at as it travels through the legislative process. We're willing to do that.
Senator West, my last question. Would it surprise you if I told you that there are people, young people, on college campuses selling fake IDs that are so real, they look so real, that the only thing that they don't do in terms of helping someone identify is they won't scan? Would it surprise you?
That would not surprise me at all.
And so that's why your bill is so important, because a young person under the age of 21 with one of those fake IDs can buy as much alcohol as they want. If your bill becomes law, that will help stop that. Thank you for your bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
And Senator West, since your amendment is so encompassing, we have passed it out. So people, we're going to come to you in a moment to explain it, but people can start looking at what you're talking about. Senator Swertner, what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
I do.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President. First, I was in the committee hearing when the mother of that young man came and testified, and it was very heartfelt. And tragedies like that are terrible. And I want to first recognize the reasons you brought this bill forward. And I agree with the reasons of trying to make things safer, and especially our youth. The questions I have for you, Senator, are more in line with the practicality of how this would work. And I'd appreciate if you would indulge us in the explanation through this amendment of things that would be exempted or not. And I believe, if I remember correctly, the bill initially exempted liquor stores. Is that
They're no longer, under the amendment, they would no longer be exempted.
They would all be?
They will not be exempted.
They would not be exempt.
That's correct.
Would restaurants be exempt or not exempt?
They will not be exempted.
Okay, so when you go to a restaurant, you will have to show your license if you look under 40, as well as it being swiped.
If you are attempting to buy alcoholic beverages, yes.
Okay, and convenience stores, of course,
yes.
Concerts,
yes.
Any other establishment for which you're purchasing alcoholic products.
That is correct.
So there's no exemption for any venue.
That is correct.
Okay, and regarding the other thing I had mentioned to yourself, and I appreciate your discussions, was the aspect of internet connectivity. And I understand these reading devices do not require internet connectivity?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, and that's something, obviously, if you're in a rural area, sometimes the internet doesn't quite work so well, and that would impede commerce to some extent. I assume there's an exclusion or some allowance for that in this amendment?
I'm sorry.
Is there an exclusion regarding internet connectivity and the lack thereof in
is.
This amendment? Okay.
It is.
All right. And there's a defense to prosecution that was added in this amendment for failure to access electronically readable information. Okay. All righty. So there's no exemptions of site of purchase of alcohol. That is the bottom line. There's no carve out for any.
No, I mean, here's to answer your question, no, okay? And the reason is this. If we're saying that we don't want kids, and some people will disagree with the characterization as kids, persons under 21 to avail themselves of liquor or alcoholic beverages, because of situations like what happened to Deshaun and others in this country, then let's make certain that we have policy that effectuates that. And that's what this does. There's a broad market of people over 21 years of age, or 21 and older, that our friends that have the privilege of selling alcoholic beverages have the benefit of being able to sell it to. And so this particular bill takes a stance that it should not be sold to persons under 21, and that you need to make certain liquor store, that you look at the person's ID, that you look at it visually. And if you are like HEB, as an example, already has a system in place where they type in the identification number, all right? We put that in there. And so if they have that type of system in place, they just do that. It's not like it's onerous. It doesn't take that long of time to do it. And so the question is whether we as the state of Texas, as a Senate, want to take this stance.
And just for full recollection, I don't recall, the current law regarding the requirements of purchasing alcohol is 21 and above, but what do you have to show at a convenience store, at a restaurant at the current time?
I'm sorry.
What do you have to actually show to purchase alcohol at a convenience store or a restaurant or other venue at the current time?
You know, I believe you have to show your driver's license, but I stand to be corrected on it. I don't know off the top of my head, but common sense would dictate you have to show some sort of ID.
I think it is 40 or above, or I don't know for sure, and I wish we would find that out regarding what is actually required currently, because this requirement is the provision of a driver's license and the actual checking of that
driver's license with this machine, essentially. Correct? That's what this bill does.
Well, you're checking it visually, number one.
Visually, yes, right.
Right, visually, and also the using the machine, exactly.
Right.
Because
And
there's a
so-
strip on the back to make certain it's one and the same person.
So everybody, wives out with their husbands at a restaurant would have to have their ID, for instance, to purchase a glass of wine?
Well, I would hope that common sense would dictate. I mean, if someone looks like they're 40 plus, common sense should dictate.
I think there is a 40-year-old
The thing is this.
provision.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sir, please.
We give the Texas Alcohol Beverage Commission also authority to promulgate rules here. And so we hope that they would also use common sense as it relates to that, too.
Okay. Okay, Senator, I appreciate, sir, your explanations of your amendment. I know there were some changes subsequent to the committee hearing. I wanted to hear it on the floor, exactly what we were going to be voting on the amendment and the amended bill.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Schwertner. Senator Hinojosa from Hidalgo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to save Senator Westwood yield for a few questions.
I will.
Senator West, I thought I heard that you're requiring the assistant to be placed in restaurants also for you to show some ID that you're actually above 21, older than 21 years old?
I did not understand you.
Well, Senator Schwertner asked whether if you were in a restaurant asking for a glass of wine, you had to show ID that you were 50, 60, 70 years old?
No, realistically, they would know.
I'm not talking realistically.
Hold on.
No, please, let me finish my question.
Well, can I answer your question?
Well, let me finish my question. You can answer
All right,
it.
go ahead.
Thank you. I learned that from you.
I'm glad I was able to teach you a lesson.
So my question is very straightforward. If I go to a restaurant and ask for a glass of wine, do I have to show them proper ID to verify that I'm older than 21?
All right, let me answer your question. Your question was that if you went to a restaurant, would you have to show your ID? No.
Okay, then I probably misunderstood your answer to.
Well, I'm being facetious, first of all. You said if you went, okay? If the person looks like they're over 40 years old, it's a defense. Okay?
Well, I hope I look older than that.
You don't look like you're over 40, okay?
But here's the reality of what happens. When you put this law in place, all those establishments are super scared and afraid to violate the law. You go to a theater, for example, where they have wine. They will always ask for your ID when you ask for a glass of wine. It doesn't make a difference. You look like you're 90 years old. That's just the reality of what's happening out in the real world. And it's just a...
And this is what I'll say to you. I want to get the bill moving. And issues that come up subsequent to this, we'll make certain that we address those as it goes through the legislative process. I understand what you're saying.
Well, and that's fine, Senator West. I mean, I agree. We need some changes to make sure that we don't sell liquor to minors. I just know from experience that common sense doesn't really apply to a lot of employees and workers. And some of these establishments that do sell liquor, they still blindly throw common sense out of the window and make you pull out your ID, which I don't have any problems doing, but I'm just saying it is an issue.
What I'd ask you to do is help me come up with a solution to that problem that we can incorporate in this legislation. I understand exactly what you're saying.
Thank you, Mr. President.
But again, if it's you, they won't ask you.
I don't know. They've been asking me for my ID when I go and ask for a glass of wine at the theater.
Yeah, probably you. Probably.
Thank you, Senator West, for answering my questions.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Members, we're going to take before we get to the motion to suspend, you have the votes to suspend, and we can go to the amendment, but a number of people have a few questions, so we're going to take a recess for 15 minutes. I believe the Republicans want to have a discussion about the meeting. We'll take a recess for 15. Senator Zaffarini for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m.
Thank you. Stand in recess until 5 p.m. Any objection? Hearing none.